Trump. We will be getting to Trump and his bullshittery for this season. We'll also be talking about Nicki Minaj and her bullshittery. And we'll be going to the special origins of one of our favorite Christmas classics. That's right, Jingle Bells. Let's get into it. What's the business, you guys? Welcome to a holiday extravaganza, or craptacular extravaganza, as I like to call it, called a very super rig Christmas around this bitch. Hope you guys are having a good time. I myself, I don't celebrate no damn holidays, okay? Birthdays, Christmases, because none of that. I don't do that. However, I don't fault anybody who does. So I hope you guys are enjoying your day out there. I have a nice chunk of stories that I'm going to be putting out there for you guys. Let me make sure that I go live, because I'll be forgetting too. Every time I come on here, I'll be, okay, yeah, I'm live. All right. So, so we got a lot of stories to get into. The vibe of this show is going to start off, I'm gonna give y'all a little insight. We're going to start off light, and then it's going to descend into super rigness. So I hope you guys are ready. I'm not sure if the chat thing is working. I guess I'll find that out eventually. But yeah, let's go on and get into the show. The first thing we want to talk about, as I said, we're going to keep it light. Some classical videos that used to make me feel good back in the day. And when I say back in the day, I mean, like, I don't know, the late 90s, the 2000s, mid 2000s. If you didn't know, I was a Dipset fan back in the day, and grandmas used to take care of their daughters with mixtapes and stuff like that. It was this one particular grandma on Christmas. She found a Christmas disc for her, and when the granddaughter got it home, it wasn't quite what they thought it was going to be. Let's check out their story.
You see this? It looks like a Disney CD, but the music on it is actually from The Diplomats, a hip-hop group out of New York, and trust me, it is not what Hannah Montana and High School Musical fans are used to hearing. It's music to the ears of somebody, but it was the last thing Jay Scott expected to hear coming from his 6-year-old daughter's room the day after Christmas.
Even a radio mix is at least cleaner. I mean, it's quite explicit.
A gift from a grandmother, the CD was an exclusive product of Toys R Us. From the packaging to the disc art, there is nothing to indicate it is anything but a Disney CD.
It was bought by a grandmother for a grandchild. It's got Disney written all over it, and there's no reason for me to have even thought that it had something other than that.
Jay Scott thought maybe his daughter's CD was an isolated case, but we started searching and found other reports breaking now from as far away as California. So we went to Toys R Us and we bought our own copy of the CD. We opened it up, put it in, and it was just what it was supposed to be.
Check what your kids got to see if they're listening to something that you didn't know they were listening to.
People say my theories is back.
Now, the local store manager here told me he has had no reports of anything similar like this happening. We have been in contact this afternoon with the corporate offices of Walt Disney Records as well as Toys R Us, but so far at this point, neither of them have gotten back to us with any answers.
Now, I find it hard to believe that they're really having. After watching it in my older years, it seemed like this might have been a commercial for Dipset. But then again, Grandma was probably shopping at the goddamn flea market. And that's what you get when you try to cheap out, Nana. That's what you get. Next up, you guys know I am all about love. I'm all about cheer and joy and people coming together in matrimony. And the foundation of matrimony has always been one thing, one word: trust. One of my favorite artists, and I'm pretty sure one of your favorite artists of all time, displayed this trust for his beautiful wife. And I teared up when I watched this. You guys check this out and let me know if you feel the same way about this wonderful story. Said about this wonderful story. My goddamn program, damn. Damn it, we about to watch the wonderful story one way or another. We'll watch it the old school way. and ain't no goddamn music. Get out of here. Host, speak amongst yourselves. Told y'all I wanted the damn program to close a long time ago. Okay, there we go. All right, here we go. Merry Christmas indeed.
The movie set of The Preacher's Wife. Whitney seemed a little nervous on the ice. We don't know if it was because Whitney needed more skating lessons or because her jealous husband Bobby Brown was on the sidelines watching every move Denzel made. Talk about skating on thin ice.
Nothing more beautiful than love. And shout out, rest in peace, of course, to Whitney Houston. Shout out to Bobby Brown and Denzel Washington. And let's all be real. Bobby Brown, was it stalkerish? 100%. Did he have something to worry about? Damn Skippy. That was 93 Denzel against 93 Bobby Brown. After that had been 88 Bobby Brown, then swapped around. But it was. Also, across the globe, people were rejoicing. Now, a lot of people use this day to celebrate their the Lord Christ, as it is Christmas, if I'm not mistaken. Sometimes I don't spell it right. I get it wrong. But with that in mind, I don't even know where this was at, but it was this guy that said he was going to save his people and that the sweet Lord had told him to build an ark. This guy jumped on social media, which this reminds me of that whole TikTok thing. Y'all remember the damn TikTok story about, I think it was the rapture was coming and folks was pawning their houses and all sorts of stuff. Well, this guy did something similar. I gotta be honest though, everybody else didn't have it didn't have like props and stuff. This dude took it to the next level. Check this out. See if you blame anybody for believing this guy.
I have to get here before 25th December. 25th December. I said, listen to what I'm saying. I said 25th December is going to rain. It's going to rain. And this rain is going to last for 1, 2, 3, 4. 3 years, 4 years. We are going to be in the ark.
It down on me. Everything could have been lovely, but I'm just another guy. Obsessed to my morals, concerned to my liberty. Options overflow, I'm not gonna lie, there's a change in my energy. Playing, I never go down. If I step on toes, my apologies. Everything could have been lovely, but I'm just another guy.
Almost done. 80% done. I can't do it. Almost. Please.
But I'm just another guy.
Don't let this too pass.
Now, as you see, this guy, he had the ark. He had all the stuff you need to believe this. On TikTok, I ain't see nobody with the standing in front of a wicker chair saying that it was the ark and not. Also, I got to get the chat thing working, so I'm gonna say what's up to y'all in a minute. But I'm gonna do that while y'all watching this story. But he had everything together, okay? And he was so convincing, so motivating that he got the people out in droves. Check this out.
La fête du monde, Ghana. Direction Ghana.
That's right. They were on planes, trains, automobiles, cars, mopeds, scooters, the hover pads, everything, foot, everywhere, trying to get to the ark because it was go rain. Oops, this way. It was go rain. All right. Now, sometimes there are changes of plans. Sometimes things don't go the way they are supposed to do. Now, a butthole will have you go out and do some stupid stuff and don't, fess up to it and be like, oh, it's going to be a change of plans. Have you ever went to a restaurant and somebody Said y'all was gonna meet up there. The motherfuckers didn't never come. Didn't even have the decency to text you, say they was gonna be late or was gonna cancel. Not this guy. Not this guy. He's a stand-up guy. Let's check out. Let's check out what he had to tell the people.
I have prayed, I have fasted, I have donated, and I have built. And through my prayers, I got another vision. And in the vision, when you look at the number of people coming all over the country, all over the world into the ark, the expansion of the ark couldn't contain them. After the intercession, God has given us some time to build more arks in addition to the 10 that will contain all of us. So please stay home, enjoy yourself, have fun, and also I am wishing all of you Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Can't beat that. And I'm talking about the editing on his video. The editing is people I know been doing YouTube for decades. Wish they had this level of editing. He got wardrobe. He had a stick. He got a book that appears to be of Bible-esqueness and everything. But the Lord told him, I'm gonna give y'all more time. I'm not gonna wipe y'all out this time. Sadly, the same people, the way they got there, had to go back.
Not having it.
Unfortunately, thanks to chattel slavery, I wasn't able to make out what they said 100%. I knew a little bit. I heard I'm gonna kill this motherfucker when I see him, and also I heard where's the bathroom. Those two phrases that I heard from those people. But I hope you guys are prepared for Jehovah's return. It is coming, according to that guy. Last week on the other channel, Brisk and I spoke about a new phenomenon going on. Oh, and matter of fact, it wasn't even with me and Brisk first. I was on Goods. Oh yeah, I was on Goods channel, which is Big Zo, and we spoke about a new phenomenon of wearing shirts a certain type of way. It was called the quarter zip, and I'll be honest, I'm old as fuck. I was just going along with what I had seen, flash up on the screen. I mean, I knew what the gear was and I knew the gist of it, but I didn't really know it was a thing for real, started by somebody. Come across this video right here, we got to give this young man props. CNN actually reached out to him to get the full story on how his thought process of wearing quarter zips took over the nation.
You wear glasses now. You wear quarter zips. Now, you don't do Nike type. You don't do those. I started the quarter zip movement. Yes, the quarter zip movement, that's me.
Almost overnight, young men seem to have swapped their casual sweatshirts for crisp quarter zips, and it's all thanks to Jason Jimfy.
I got on TikTok and I told everybody I'm tired of the sweatsuits and I want to change it up for the quarter zip. There's straight quarter zips and marches around here. And from there, we took over the world with the quarter zip movement.
Jason initially bought the quarter zip for a job interview, but says that when he and a friend noticed they look good in it,
I'm elegant, I'm classy. You could take me somewhere.
They decided to make a video. That video has now garnered over 29 million views on TikTok and has ignited a social media frenzy.
I've seen the biggest of the biggest participate in this trend. I've seen fast food brands, artists, actors, entertainers, people I grew up watching, participating in the trend that I, Jason Jemfi, am spearheading. It's a beautiful feeling because, once again, it just shows my influence. I've always been a leader, but now I'm seeing my influence in real time on the internet.
There's straight quarter zips and marches around here.
Jason says the trend is about far more than just a piece of clothing. It's about showing up as your best self and having the confidence to try something new.
The quarter zip movement is about elevation, upgrading your palette and experiencing new things in this world. I'm coming from the neighborhood I come from. You don't see a lot of men wearing quarter zips on their daily basis or drinking matcha on their daily basis. It's the trend right now, but for me, it's a movement, it's a lifestyle. So yeah, I feel like a lot of young men can benefit from just expanding their palette as much as possible.
On some real shit, my daughter got a whole damn matcha set in there that she bought. It's got this little wicker ass spoon and some green shit. I was wondering why she just popped up with that out of nowhere. On some real shit, I ain't even bullshitting with y'all. Dead serious. Oh yeah, and as far as the code switching, y'all hear me going back when my plan is I'm gonna do news segments. I'm gonna have my non-regional dialect going on. So just so y'all know what's all right. I can't get this goddamn chat thing working, so I'm gonna have to get the bootleg chat thing working so I can see who in the house real quick. Let me see if I can get this working. I'm gonna put something. Hello. Okay, I got it working now. Boom, it worked now. So as the new chats come in, I'm be able to say what's up. But right now, I can see who else. We got Edward, and let me get some goddamn claps around here. I gotta be honest. I thought I was gonna be able to do this without the claps, but I can't. Can't function without the claps. It's needed. It is needed. Give me a damn clap button real quick, y'all. See. It's damn. Oh, okay. All right. Here. That's it right here. All right. This is. Yeah, that's it right there. Okay. So go. It'll about probably right here. I actually need all of these. All right, we're gonna move it right here. Can't put it right there. Oh yeah, I can put it right there. Okay, we're gonna put it right here. All right. Okay. All right, there we go. All right. So this y'all, now how can I see y'all's chat? It should be a chat right here that pop up. See if that works. Chat. Do another test. Test. All right, there, boom. It's right there. All right. So I'm be able to see y'all's chats right here as well. If once y'all get to talking and stuff. And yeah, okay. Now we got it. Now we cooking with grease. Now we cooking with grease. As my mama used to say. All right, y'all. Next up. Oh wait, I lied to y'all. We not cooking with grease yet. Okay, now we cooking with grease. We cooking with grease now. Let's see who in the house. All right, Teresa Kimbrough, what's the business? LA Youngest, what's the business? LOD lock, is it locked? Locked, yeah, LOD. What's the business? Who else in this thing? Philly Diva, what's the business? And that's far back as it let me go. All right, on to the next story. Next. Now, that's not the end of the show. And it's not supposed to be up here neither. Okay, here we go. Now, you may wonder, why don't I celebrate the holiday seasons or anything like that? Well, first off, growing up, I always hated Christmas and stuff because my pop's side of the family, not him, and not like my top two uncles, but everybody below them. On my pop's side, I got 13 other aunts and uncles. They was all Jehovah's Witnesses, and I remember through the years, I would just go over my cousin's house, and boom, Sega Genesis right there. It was August. Next year I go over there, boom, Super Nintendo. It's June. They don't celebrate no birthdays, and they don't celebrate no damn Christmas. And I realized that I was getting fucked out of year-round gifts. And I realized I was getting manipulated and used to do good in school, do my chores and stuff. For a goddamn date that is 12 months away. Indentured slavitude. Some goddamn shit. Because the damn game came out in March. Why the fuck I had to wait till the 25th? I go to my cousin's house, Sega Saturn in motherfucking damn October. I'm like, ain't this a bit? So I hated Christmas ever since then. I probably hated Christmas since I was like 5. And I was still not 5. I'll say a good 9. And it always stuck with me. I was getting fucked over. Another thing that made me not really fuck with Christmas was I was very early to realize the commercialism in it, and it really didn't have all of the stuff that it was telling us, all the spiritual stuff and the Lord and stuff. Once I started finding out the real birthdays and the whole thing, Boondocks showed y'all about the little kids getting messed around, and Saturn and Saint Nick. You do your own research. We ain't doing that research today. I realized, this is all some bullshit, right? And what was cool was, I don't know about y'all, even though I had them feelings, I still enjoyed Christmas media. Okay, I still enjoy Christmas media. And I think we all have our favorite types of Christmas stories or movies. Home Alone 2. Both my favorite stories. That watching Home Alone and Home Alone 2 make me feel rich to this day. And I don't know if y'all felt the same way, but ain't nothing better than watching a rich little white kid in 1990 run around while you staying in some project apartment type things, and you like, wow. For an hour and a half, you feel just like him, jumping on the bed, all sorts of shit you get drop kicked in the mouth for. But my favorite holiday movie of all time was A Christmas Story. And The Christmas Story was such a dope movie because it showed the honest truth about Christmas and the materialism that it represents. That's right. Was it about whooping bullies' asses? Sure. Was it about having butt naked ladies' leg lamps? Putting it in the window, because back then, your wife couldn't tell you not to put a goddamn butt naked leg lady lamp up in the window. She might get 5 backhand across the side. Because back then it was okay. All right. Any goddamn way. But it taught me the lesson that, hey, Christmas is about fucking you over. These corporations is about fucking you over, and they will manipulate you no matter how young you are to get that bread. Check this out. Check out one of my favorite scenes of movie history all time.
Be it known to all and sundry that Ralph Parker is hereby appointed a member of the Little Orphan Annie Secret Circle and is entitled to all the honors and benefits occurring thereto.
Signed, Little Orphan Annie. Countersigned, Pierre Andre, in ink. Honors and benefits already at the age of 9.
If you some weird stranger who didn't have TBS for the last 8 bajillion years, this motherfucker was drinking Ovaltine because he wanted his Red Ryder decoder ring so he could decode and save the world. He told him about it on the radio show. So let's continue.
Come on, let's get on with it. I don't need all that jazz about smugglers and pirates.
Listen tomorrow night for the concluding adventure of the Black Pirate Ship. Now it's time for Annie's secret message for you members of the Secret Circle. Remember, kids, only members of Annie's Secret Circle can decode Annie's secret message. Remember, Annie is depending on you. Set your pins to B2. Here is the message. 12, 11,
I am in my first secret meeting.
14, 11, 18, 16.
Oh, Pierre was in great voice tonight. I could tell that tonight's message was really important.
3, 25. That's a message from Annie herself. Remember, don't tell anyone.
I'm pausing this so the copyright motherfuckers don't come kick my ass, but he ran up there not only out of excitement, but out of having 14 gallons of Ovaltine in his motherfucking bladder.
90 seconds later, I'm in the only room in the house where a boy of 9 could sit in privacy and decode. Aha, B. I went to the next. E. The first word is B. S. It was coming easier now. U. 25. That's R.
I'll be right there, Ma. Gee whiz.
T. O. Be sure to. Be sure to what? What was little orphan Annie trying to say? Be sure to what?
Granny has got to go. Will you please come out? All right, Ma. I'll be right out.
I was getting closer now. The tension was terrible. What was it? The fate of the planet may hang in the balance.
No, Granny's gotta go. I'll be right out. For crying out loud.
Gee, almost there. My fingers flew. My mind was a steel trap. Every pore vibrated. It was almost clear. Yes, 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 yes.
Be sure to drink your Ovaltine. Ovaltine? A crummy commercial? Son of a bitch.
Y'all see that? Ralphie almost got his ass beat over a goddamn commercial with some motherfucking Ovaltine. And that was synergized with the Red Ryder BB gun radio show and Ovaltine all in one. They've been doing this manipulation of the youth since day one. This movie is set in the goddamn 40s. Because of that punk ass marketing and shit and Mad Men. Well, I got all this shit back here and shit. Some of this shit I got from my mom and them in my youth. Some of them Christmases didn't turn out right. We had to go down to get the boxes from the people and shit sometimes. Wasn't none of that shit in there, I tell you that damn much. But movies like that is what opened my eyes to the fuckery of 'tis the season and the reason. The real reason is to break your motherfucking ass. Speaking of that, also by the grace of the sweet Lord, I had a mother who she never let me believe in fairy tales and none of that shit. As a youth, kindergarten, I'll never forget. I was told I got in trouble because I went and told the children the same thing that my parents had taught me, that ain't no fat white motherfucker bring you shit in this motherfucker. All right? Ain't no goddamn Santa Claus. Ain't no Easter Bunny. Ain't none of that shit. Them eggs, that basket, that suit I know you don't like wearing. We buy all of that shit. All right? Now, I know motherfuckers to this day still teach their kids this. And I'm like, you do know you got them on iPad, though. They go kind of know this shit ain't real. Hey, I'm not people's parents. But I'm bringing this up to say people have been sharing their scenes of being, what's the word I'm looking for? Thanked by their children for Santa. And it has not been turning out the way that parents have been thinking. And you want to know what? I don't feel bad. It's their goddamn fault for teaching them this shit. Here is one instance of this, and I think somebody learned a very valuable lesson. That's the person who didn't learn a valuable lesson. But this is why you don't do that shit. I think this is the right one right here.
Santa. Bro, thank you, Santa. Thank you, Santa.
Man, Santa, I did this. What are you talking about?
Santa did this.
Man, Santa ain't did a motherfucking thing. Daddy did that. What's wrong with you?
Santa did.
Kids almost was about to beat his ass over trying to take Santa's credit. But you need to be careful what you're teaching kids out here, right? And that's really setting them up for that where is all my shit coming from? Teaching them be dependent on the white man. With that being said, want our goddamn reparations. All right, that's different. Next story. We're gonna go over across the street news to the people who celebrate this holiday in their own special ways and stuff. Which
You wear glasses now.
Be it known to all and sundry that Ralph
I will never understand, but grew up watching. And I'm sorry for that noise. I had to get rid of some stuff. Santa Claus was caught speeding, according to the police. And I'm gonna be honest, I think Santa was on that white. And I'm not talking about regular snow. And apparently they let him go. Check this out. All right, it doesn't appear that video is going to be available to us right now. Oh, here it goes. It's going to be available this way. Son of a damn bitch. All right. There are some technical difficulties right now. Please, Sam. And I'm going to tell y'all know I was supposed to start this goddamn live at damn 3 o'clock today, but I called myself trying to make a new app to make the videos work better. And now this motherfucker crashing over and over and over. Yeah, that's right. This is my lesson to anybody. If your kids is in the room, make sure they listening so they can hear this message. Do not try your best and do not try to follow your dreams and be inventive. Just do what the fuck everybody else doing. Because every time I try to do something special and separate, it always come out fucked up and I end up here looking stupid. All right? That is my Christmas message to the children out there in this motherfucker for this holiday damn season. Okay, jeez Louise. Wait, hold on. Let me see. Is this gonna work now? That's why this show is not for children on any levels. Motherfucker crash. This one. Oh, okay. There we go. About time. Hell out this motherfucking way. All right, here we go.
Santa! She's done it. I'm not going to move until you say it, kid. Santa! Are you... what's the last name? Yeah. So, you know why I'm stopping you?
I was looking down. I didn't even check.
Okay, yeah.
I no clue.
So I had speed limit is 55. Yep. There's a lot of deer out here. A lot of people that are pulled right out in front of you. So your reaction time is not as good as 55, correct? Santa, do you have your driver's license out?
Can I get out?
You sure can. Where you guys headed?
Right here to Delta. My daughter works at the boss wants to come up and do Santa for
cool.
All right, we're gonna skip to the end of this shit because I was hoping Santa was gonna get beat.
Get your camera.
Sorry about that.
These glasses aren't any good for me.
Yeah, they're not readers. They're just I can't see. Hey, cookies and cream.
Yeah, some bullshit. Santa was speeding. He said it at the beginning of the damn video. He let that motherfucker go. And this goes to show you right here. It's not equal in this motherfucker, okay? It's not equal in this motherfucker. That motherfucker ain't have no goddamn toys. I bet you money. Bet you that money, that motherfucker was a drug mule. I bet you in that trunk was some of the purest of the driven snow. I bet you them motherfuckers' noses was red as Rudolph's. When they pulled off from that motherfucker. Probably broke that damn cop off. He just didn't put that shit on a body cam. But yeah, Merry Christmas. Now, on a positive note, I do got some positive shit. If you live in Texas, there is a staple grocery store. It is called H-E-B. And people will stab you over H-E-B down here. And this is one of the reasons why. Check this out.
All right, guys. HEB, we love you, having you as our customers. Thank you for waiting with us. Unfortunately, the computers are not coming back up right now. So today, everything that you have, we are going to bag you up, and we hope every one of you have a very Merry Christmas and continue to shop with us. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, guys. HEB, we love you, having you as our customers. Thank you.
And shout out to that HEB man, because there's a lot of people suffering, doing bad out here in Trump's economy, and you gotta be honest. That had been Walmart, because I think that was like from last week. That had been Walmart. If the computers weren't fixed by now, they would still be standing there. And y'all know I'm team Walmart like a motherfucker, but that's how you supposed to do to people, man. That's how you supposed to do to people. Also, write this down. Need to make a final program to shut down HEB computers every time I go shopping. But I'm not gonna run the program. I'm just saying, like, this jokes. Jokes. Speaking of see, let me make sure I got this right. Speaking of Trump's economy, I found some footage of someone checking their bank account right now due to that economy. I wonder if it's gonna be the same for everyone out there. Let's check this out.
All right, Ann Riggs, let's open that door. No, he didn't. Oh, Ann.
Hey, y'all remember that show? Hey, that show was wild. Like, it's crazy to sign up for somebody just to leave you hanging like that. Like, people nowadays be like, "Oh, I got left on red." That ain't shit. Imagine flying all the way to California and stand in front of a door in front of 100 people. Get left on red like that. That shit. The 90s was rough, man. 90s, 2000s was rough. These kids, they don't know the struggle. Let's see. What else I got? Is that all the fuckery? I believe that is all of the bullshittery. Oh, for those of y'all that got kids out there, I'll just start finding out in the last year or two. You always know it's some predators and some weirdos that be on these video games. And there's one game called Roblox. Now, my son, I'm gonna be honest. He want them Robux. Long as his grades was good, I hook him up. I ain't know what the fuck the Roblox was for though and shit. I ain't find out what they was for later. And I know you could do certain stuff, but I ain't know you could do some of the stuff I've been seeing lately, and I'm thinking these is grown motherfuckers. They gotta be grown motherfuckers who is doing this in this Roblox world. I'm be honest, but they kind of jam. And check this out. I don't know if y'all seen this, but if you have not seen this and you got kids, hey, try to monitor what your kids be watching. But on the other hand, they might be getting good musical taste from these motherfuckers. Check this shit out. This shit is crazy.
Okay.
And apparently they have these parties, like it'd be a bunch of these parties. And I remember we used to parking lot pimp back in the day, but I guess they doing on the Roblox. Check this out. As you see in the trunk, it said, "Welcome to Florida." Even the Florida in not real life Florida, ratchet than the motherfucker. But I ain't go front. It seemed like a good time. That was the time in 2000. Popping trunk and kicking it. It wasn't no alcohol, wasn't no drugs, wasn't nothing out there. Just some people having a good time. Okay. However, with that being said, watch the damn kids out there. Okay. I don't know how they got the damn baby freak dancing and shit. And worse, that was somebody. They can make they avatars freak dance and shit. So if they can make them freak dance, I don't know what else. But that right there is just some clean fun that popped up across my timeline. All right. So yeah. So I think we about to move over to the main topics of the show. We gonna need some blessings, over there at the struggle stream. Usually prayers are done by Brisk. I had to find a substitute for the prayers this time, so we about to move on over. And if you want to, you can bow your head. If not, but we about to get a good word before we get into the fucked up shit that's going to ruin your Christmas and probably the rest of your year. So.
Let's see if that's true. Let's see if that's true. Let's see if that's true. Oh, thank you, Jesus. In Matthew 9, the Bible says in verse 25, but when the people were put forth, I'm so excited, I'm jumping over my words. I can't wait to get you this healing. I can't wait to get you this miracle. That's why I'm so jacked up.
That was to get y'all primed up, because we about to hear scumbaggery and other scam artists such as that. Damn, Mace was down there preaching. Didn't know the goddamn word. How you gonna be preaching it? It's an open book test. What? Ain't damn way. There are certain songs that we sing during the holidays, and they are supposed to bring us joy, bring us cheer, things of that nature. You have a holly jolly molly Christmas. You got Let It Snow, Boys the Men, and then you got classic standards such as the Jingle Bells. Well, the young gentleman found out the actual origin of the word of the song Jingle Bells, and he decided to post about it. And you would think that it would have just been, a post everybody learned and we all can, just be like, wow, we learned the lesson, man. But no. So some motherfuckers had to come and coon it up. But before we get into that part of it, let us go into that young man's story, okay? This is right here. Nope, that ain't it. Oh, this is it right here. Here you go. It's kind of moving quicker than usual, but if you can't see, let me read through it. In the mid 1800s, Pierpont was broke and needed quick cash, so he turned to the hugely profitable world of minstrel shows, in which he came up with the song, first called the One Horse Open Sleigh, and debuted it in blackface at the Ordway Hall in Boston in September 1857. White actors in Burnt Cork used the song to mock and caricature black people trying to participate in winter activities. Now, the original lyrics of the theme of Laughing All the Way likely referenced a racist comedic routine known as Laughing Darky. Pierpoint's other minstrel works, like Kitty Crow and the Colored Quartet, repeatedly refer to black people as niggers and darkies. In 1859, Pierpont copyrighted his song as Jingle Bells, removing the dedication to the minstrel hall manager, John P. Ordway. Then came the Civil War. Pierpont abandoned his family, who were Northern abolitionists, and enlisted in the Confederate Army. Goddamn. He wrote Southern fight songs to rouse men defending slavery. He later died in the South. His nephew became the famous financier J.P. Morgan. And you see that connection right there? Stick around. We go get, it's gonna turn into tinfoilery around the time. I'm gonna be on here for a minute, y'all. Over time, the racist origin of the song was whitewashed, and happy myths about its creation became popular. Now, America's most popular holiday song is one that began as a mockery of black people. And this dude said you need to follow him. Now, he posted this to just let people know, like, damn, man, everything, I can't enjoy shit. Everything gotta be racist, man. And I'm sure he just stumbled upon it. We all be stumbled upon shit we find out racist origins. Except for me, I'll be looking around like, yeah, that tree right, that's racist. No, that tree hate black people. Does ancestors had us hanging from it, so this is ingrained. With that being said, no, some people don't want everybody to get the knowledge. And I do have a segment that I'm gonna be coming up with soon. It's gonna be called Kewn Watch. All right. And the first recipient of the Kewn Watch moniker is this punk ass motherfucker news guy. And we about to show you right here. And also Nicki Minaj. That's later.
So Fox News just did a panel where they said that me making a video about the racist origins of Jingle Bells was stupid. Listen to this clip.
Liberals' main goal is to make black people feel like crap all the time. To make black people feel like an empty husk of anger and frustration, that no one likes you but we do. And it's so sad because they aim it at young black people. This is a beautiful song. It brings about beautiful memories. It's something we all love and cherish, and to even touch it is stupid.
So if I'm not mistaken, he's saying that learning more about history is stupid and staying ignorant is smart. Do these people even hear themselves? By its literal definition, stupid means lacking intelligence or reason. To be clear, I'm the person using intelligence and reason to research academic papers, primary sources, and historical records to teach people a history lesson. You're the person who refuses to engage with any evidence, can't dispute a single fact, and throws a tantrum just because more people know about the racist origins of a Christmas song. So now, by definition, what does that make you? But I believe in education, so while we're here, I'll actually give you another quick history lesson. Your terrible argument is one that's been used against black people for centuries. In Frederick Douglass's autobiography, he says that his master did not want him to learn how to read because, quote, learning would spoil the best nigger in the world. It would forever unfit him to be a slave. it would make him discontented and unhappy. And in an 1830 law in North Carolina banning literacy for enslaved people, they justified it by saying that teaching slaves to read and write has a tendency to excite dissatisfaction in their minds and to produce insurrection and rebellion. In case you haven't realized, that's the exact same argument that you're making, that learning somehow makes black people unhappy or feel bad. Well, when Frederick Douglass heard that argument, do you know what he took from it? He said, "From that moment, I understood the pathway from slavery to freedom was through learning." The reality now, as it was back then, is that knowledge is power, and people fear knowledge because it leads to awareness and resistance. And just know that by telling a mostly old, white, conservative audience that teaching history is wrong because it makes people feel bad, that you're in good company with slave owners. But if y'all want my full essay breaking down all of the claims from Fox News, feel free to visit my Substack at historycan'thide.substack.com, or if you're on Instagram, just comment the word newsletter and you'll be DM'd the link to my Substack account. So Fox...
Make sure y'all go follow that young man. Way better than me. I would have called that ugly bastard. What is his name? I don't even know who that dude is, but he looked like Uncle Ruckus. He looked like a relative of Uncle Ruckus if you really look at him, which is insane. Insane. Fat Luther would be so disappointed in that motherfucker. Now, I fucked up because really I had two other Jingle Bell related videos I wanted to play first because I was going to come in with, joy and shit, then crush y'all's dreams and aspirations if you didn't know. So, I'm going to still play them and stuff because this shit funny to me. Y'all let me know if y'all remember these wonderful songs, renditions of these songs. I like that version. And then, of course, if we go have someone do a version of something and it's gonna be super banging, gotta be my boy Good.
Traveling through the snow, selling 9 helper bricks in 4 ways. Over the hills we go, got an extendo and an AK.
Now, if he asks something about using that extendo on slave masters, that's you need to remix that. Gucci, add that part in there, and then, but I'm still bump it in, goddamn. But yeah, that is the definition of the origin of Jingle Bells. Like I said, I don't be surprised. Don't be surprised at all. Now, with that being said, Kewn Watch shall continue on, and it's kind of crazy because it's one thing to where, like, your own people and stuff start calling you out, but when the damn news calls you out. Now, they called her out because I ain't know this, she had been talking smack about Trump and his wife and shit back earlier in her career and stuff. I ain't know all this. Check out this CNN special. This short that they dropped on it. Dang it. Oh yeah, right here.
After years of calling Donald Trump out, Nicki Minaj insisted she was not going to jump on the Trump bandwagon in 2020. Now she's singing the president's praises as a full-throated MAGA supporter. So what happened?
I have the utmost respect and admiration for our president.
The rapper was effusive in her praise for President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance during an interview with Erica Kirk at Turning Point's America Fest.
He's given so many people hope that there's a chance to beat the bad guys.
The world looked very different 15 years ago when Minaj used Trump, then a private citizen and reality TV star, as an example of misogyny against women in the entertainment industry.
But Donald Trump, he gets to hang out with young and have 50 different wives and just be cool.
Minaj, who was born Onika Tanya Mirage in Trinidad and Tobago in December 1982, has been open about coming to the United States as an undocumented child. In an emotional social media post in 2018, she called out the separation of families at the border during Trump's first administration, saying, quote, "This is so scary to me. Please stop this." Things seemed to shift for Minaj during the COVID-19 pandemic. Anti-vaxxers flocked to her social media when in September 2021, she posted claiming that an unnamed friend of her cousin had, quote, became impotent after getting a COVID-19 shot. Medical experts have refuted those claims regarding the vaccine. By this year, she was reposting videos from the White House on TikTok, including one that used her Va Va Voom song as a soundtrack and touted Trump's anti-trans and anti-immigration policies. All of this led up to her appearance at Turning Point USA's America Fest.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I just realized two things. She started sucking him off crazy because he posted her song. And don't nobody post her music. Not cool, people. Because she don't like her own fans. It's quite obvious she don't like them at all. And the second thing that is quite obvious now I know why she wore that damn Elvira wig to cover up the BBL. For real. When she scooted around, I was like, oh my gosh. They made her put on that goddamn mop to cover up that goddamn frump. Wow. Well, I was wondering too. Because it was unnecessarily long. But yeah, man. Also, I ain't know she had said this about Melania.
Cause Barack needed a Michelle, bitch, and Bill needed a motherfucking Hillary, bitch. You better pray to God you don't get stuck with a motherfucking Melania. You niggas want brainless bitches?
I have the utmost respect and admiration for our president.
Goddamn lie. All right. Ain't nothing worse. And see, this is the problem with Snoop though. And y'all know, I got these lists. Be putting people in buckets. But I gotta call that the same thing with Snoop. Just 2-3 years ago. Oh, motherfucking Trump is this, that. I'm talking about unmistakably saying this dude's name. Also, next thing you know, I'm gonna take my time. At the goddamn Trump fundraiser. All right. Now, we get up in arms about this shit, but it was somebody that told us that it would be not a smart thing to do to look up to these motherfuckers. And actually, they were positioned for us to look up at them. And I always have to remind myself of this. It's fun to talk about these folks and shit, but we always talk about how they get the bottom of the barrel of the celebrities or whatever, because by the time they get to them to where they'll just, turn on their people like that, they broke or need some money, or probably was always like that. Who knows? But check this video out.
I just told you a little while ago, these leaders that they call leaders, this included Lena Horne, this included Dick Gregory, and this included comedians, comics, trumpet players, baseball players. Show me in the white community where a comedian is a white leader. Show me in the white community where a singer is a white leader, or a dancer or a trumpet player is a white leader. These aren't leaders. These are puppets and clowns that have been set up over the white community and over the black community by the white community, and have been made celebrities and usually say exactly what they know that the white man wants to hear.
I would like to thank President Trump for prioritizing this issue and for his leadership on the global stage in calling for urgent action to defend Christians in Nigeria, to combat extremism, and to bring a stop to violence against those who simply want to exercise their natural right to free.
I'm pausing because that bra full of shit. But we need to take heed of that. Do they need to catch fire? Yes. But what we need to be doing is teaching our kids, like, look, motherfuckers is famous. Okay? You like that music, don't you? That's where it stops. Anything outside of music, if they do positive stuff, that's great. But if it's anything that goes against what I done taught you, you should toss them to the side. But actually, what they do shouldn't affect the youth, because we need to be teaching our youth that they just entertainers, and that's it, where it stops. Now we got some good entertainers, or people that do things that seem entertaining. We had Muhammad Ali's out there. Eddie Murphy then spoke up about black people's treatment in Hollywood and such things like that. But that's great, but that's not leader. They can be a leader of their industry, but not leader of everything. So why are we going to Nicki and all these folks? This mother, she got Fix-A-Flat in her ass. She married a motherfucking child rapist. Well, I don't know if she was a child, but it said rape on there. But her brother raped a child. So first off, we shouldn't be surprised, and second off, just let her be over there and just close that door and let everybody know she don't represent us. That's what we need to be doing. But I think we're doing a good job of it. As a matter of fact, we have we have someone that we all love around here speaking on this as well.
I'm disappointed in my sister Nicki. You have no business using hip hop music to build yourself in black culture. Very talented sister, very articulate sister, very intelligent sister, tremendous lyricist. Few sisters I could put in front of her in terms of lyrical talent. But how dare you build a comfortable life for you and your beautiful family on black culture and then turn around and use that success to help Donald Trump leverage his military agenda against black Africa, the black Caribbean, and black America. I need her to understand, Art, Sister Nicki, you are being used against the black Caribbean. You are being used against black Africa, and you are being used against black America. Is what Donald Trump is offering you, is it worth that? Is it worth the turning back the clock of African people in 3 separate regions, Art? You got the Caribbean. He's pushing that Venezuela military agenda. You got Nigeria. He's pushing that fake save the Christians in the North agenda so he can access Ibrahim Traore. And of course, you see what he's doing to black folks. I hope my sister rethinks what she's doing. I got nothing but love for her and her family. But Nicki Minaj, please, 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 sister, do not go down in history as one of the greatest coons who ever lived in the 21st century.
Too late. Yeah, ain't no coming back from that. No coming back from that. There's none. When she done cashed out like that, the way she do it, yeah. And to be honest, very honest with you, we need to be like that with everybody. Certain people, with Snoop ain't getting, he got the flack, but I think Snoop on everybody's list where everybody just be like, he had something to do with Pac getting knocked out too. He knew what was gonna happen and shit, but for some reason I just don't give a fuck. I don't know why Snoop is slippery when it comes to that shit, but on some real shit, we really do need to be holding everybody accountable once they show that they willing to switch sides for the dough. However, by the time we gonna get to the end of this video, you go hear me say some things, and you go be like, "Hold on, but you just said this earlier." And but I'm trying to learn how to pace and do like peaks and valleys and stuff. But so just ride with me. If you be listening to my rants on other shit, you probably like, "What the fuck you just said?" Let me cook. All right. Now, it's a guy on Instagram. I can't remember his name. I don't remember his name. But he spoke about this and why it's so dangerous for people of any group to go and speak with an opposing group to give that group validity or the appearance of it. Check this out. Check this guy out.
Something that we're missing in this Nicki Minaj conversation right now, she's being revered by white Christians. Revered because she's moved her politics to the right because she's saying that there's Christians that are getting persecuted in Nigeria. Do you remember when Reverend Raphael Warnock ran for Senate in Georgia? Do you remember when 88% of white evangelical Christians voted against him? Why? Why? Ask yourself the tough questions. Why did 88% of white Christians vote against a devout pastor? The pastor of Martin Luther King's former church, yet can support Nicki Minaj as she makes a turn right at the end of her career. I want you to ignore the fact that Nicki Minaj made a career off of sexually explicit content and just see her and Raphael Warnock as two people who are promoting Christ. Why did one get evangelical support and not the other one? There's an active ingredient in Nicki Minaj's, and it is the promotion of white supremacist talking points. You see, in America, white supremacy and Christianity have lines that are so blurred, it's not really clear where one starts and one stops. Do you remember when Lecrae, a very popular black Christian artist, loved by white people, loved by white Christians, started speaking out against racism, and his own fans felt betrayed, and they didn't just start calling him woke. He had to beat these woke allegations. They started calling him not Christian.
When you care about the lives of African Americans, you are politically progressive or liberal, and that's stupid.
Stop right there. Before white Christians are Christian, they're white. And they always have been. Your subscription to their good graces has never been based on your devotion to Christ, and has always been based on your commitment to perpetuating the mantle of white supremacy. But when you go in these spaces, they'll say things like, we don't talk about race here. And some black people buy into this. It's not about the color of your skin. It's about how much you love Jesus. This is the coach of the Boston Celtics.
First time since 1975, this is the NBA Finals where you have two black head coaches. Do you take pride in this?
I wonder how many of those have been Christian coaches.
In the comments of that video, there was a suspicious amount of white Christians cheering him on. Of course they were. They don't want to focus on race because the American experience, Christian experience, already inherently favors a race. This is evidenced by a clear history of Christianity codifying and justifying slavery, Jim Crow, segregation, lynching, take your pick. So when you as a black person abandon race as something you make decisions on, in the idea that you're doing this in solidarity with your white Christian brothers and sisters, you're the only one. They don't want to talk about racial hierarchies. They just want to vote for candidates that assert them quietly. They don't want to talk about race. They just want to benefit from racialized policies that are nested within the white Christian vision for America. And when you, as black Christians, buy into the okie doke, you're the only one.
100% facts right there, people. And it's hard to explain this to people. The most basic way that you could explain it is, you do know that they taught you a religion that they gave to you when you came over here, and they used that religion to control everything you do. So you are not really a part of that, as they say that you are a part of. As he said, they are white before they are Christians, but then they use God and Christianity thing to be like, no, we all in the same game. But you're not, though, because it makes no sense, and it's very crazy. People don't get this. If they going off the same book that was here when they hit the Plymouth Rock, why wasn't we all in the same game from the beginning? And you try to tell somebody that, and you ask them that question, they act like they ain't even hear what she said. I'm like, yeah, I ain't think so. But they get so caught up in the theatrics of it, it is it's crazy. And that's why I will say this. Everybody, we all will have times where we'll agree with somebody or disagree with somebody about certain stuff. It usually all depends on just how they approach it. But this kind of mixes in with what T.I. just said the other day about his feelings of church. Check this out.
You know what I'm saying? I grew up in a house with a strong, praying, tambourine bumping grandmama. You know what I'm saying? My auntie, strong, very, very strong in prayer. So I know how to pray and I know the word. You know what I'm saying? I know God is real and I've seen the presence in the hand that he's had in my life personally. Nobody ain't got to tell me that. I just ain't never felt the connection with church.
Why?
Man, I just don't know. It just ain't. To be honest with you, I don't think it real. You know what I'm saying? I think that it's a business just like anything else, and it's a show just like anything else. You know what I mean? Just like you go to Broadway, you see a show. I feel like it's just like somebody standing up and public speaking, just like you get like a TED talk. And a lot of times they be putting a lot of cap on it. And when I say cap, I'm saying cap in their action. The word is the word, but sometimes they try and twist the word, make the word mean something, you know, that will be personally benefiting to them, and not necessarily what the word mean, you know, as its purpose. And that to me, because if you think about it, only times when you read the word, anybody know the word, and you study the life of Jesus Christ, the only time you really saw Jesus Christ lose his temper was in the church. He went to the church and seen what was going on in the church, seeing how the church people were handling the word of God and what they were doing to manipulate it, to personally benefit, you know, from the word of God. That's when Jesus got mad, flipped the table.
Oh, that's when he flipped the table.
Yeah, flipped the table. You know what I'm saying? And you had Jesus out here like he don't love hip hop. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? But that's why 'cause I connect with the word, like the true word, the spirit. I don't need no broker. I don't need no middleman. I don't need nobody to get my word. You know, I done heard a preacher, I've been to church before, and the preacher say, come on, y'all, put into the collection plate, dig deeper, get your prayers past the ceiling. I say, hold up, wait a minute. Y'all telling me I got to pay this joker, you know what I'm saying, for my God to hear my prayer.
Now, what he said when the religion stuff is so powerful that if you think outside of just, hey, you supposed to do this the way we say you do it, oh, you trying to lead people astray, oh, you ain't no, he is doing what you supposed to do. You supposed to look at him and be like, this everything you saying is just for you. And that is how it is with the white Christianity. And the reason I have to bring up the white Christianity is the TPUSA and the Charlie Kirk's assassin wife all use the word Christianity through their whole thing, even though all of the rhetoric of all of their stuff is oppressive to everybody who is not white. They try to say Christian too, but no, it's all non-white oppression that they are upholding under the guise of Christianity, and we all together, because they know that if they can just get the word Christianity out there, everybody who considers themselves a Christian, just go hear that first and then just go vote off of that and not read shit about it, because they gonna be like, oh, they looking at us all the same. They not. And yeah, like T.I. said, then it goes into deeper levels of people using it just to self-enrich themselves, because they know it is something that's been used for, be honest, damn their last 2,000 years to pimp everybody. Okay, it's some people be like, not all churches. No, not all churches, but the ones you see on TV and the people you hear in anything with TPUSA is, we talk about them. So I just want to put that out there. Open your mind. Now, T.I., that being said, and this is just holding people accountable, be real about the back of your head, okay? And more importantly, Dr. Umar, when you go get them people your money back, you know you ain't gonna build that skull. We know you, pretty sure you smoked that money. Get them folks their money back. Other than that, though, everything that both of them brothers said was 100%. All right, that's why I had to whisper the stuff on the end, but we can't let that go. I'm sorry. Next up, let's see. Is it I want to give some props out. I think we about to move over into our You know what? I think I'm gonna end it with Kyle from is it eggs or grits and eggs? But I think I'm gonna close this section of Kewn Watch out with him, and then we go move over to how we are being ushered into a AI controlled dictatorship fascist regime. And yeah, so I got 2 more videos before we get into that. But check out Cal. My God.
During the inauguration, you had Snoop Dogg there, you had Nelly. Wayne has heavily supported Trump for getting him off. We see Nicki Minaj was just speaking in support of Trump.
We probably the only community that feel like we have leadership and celebrity. Like, these niggas are tap dancers. They there to entertain. If you go take the bag from a man that you know is vehemently against your people, then you go against your people for the money, but it's about money. And like you said, he already in office. They probably don't feel like they doing nothing wrong, because at the end of the day, they can deal with our backlash online as long as they pockets is lined. And they'll let him trot them out, because that gives the illusion that black people support Trump when they know the big consensus is that black people not with it. And the polls say the same thing. But you trot some niggas out and then they look like compliance.
I think it's interesting that he led heavily with Christian values. And we saw him literally tell everyone, yeah, I don't even think I'm going to heaven, y'all.
Playing in their face.
Plays in their face.
And it's like, they're none the wiser.
My analogy for Trump was like the nigga in the alley in a long trench coat that open that shit up. They got a trench coat full of Rolexes. Like, yo, come get you a watch. Come get you a watch.
Every business that he's ever started and owned and operated
failed.
Went baked.
They all failed.
And so now the business of America is going bankrupt. This is what he do.
And I can't agree more with a lot of stuff. Now, one thing that we're not gonna get into this too, but Dame Dash got his ass. He had a whole bunch of clips on that one show he did, and he got to talk about bankruptcy and how Trump not a bad man because he not filed bankruptcy and all this or bad businessman and we gonna get into all of that, but that falls into the bucket of celebrity looking up to them for certain advice on certain shit, which we really need to work on. I might make me I think I'm gonna do a long form video on that one day separately. Now, I know I've been it's kind of took a dip in the positivity too, cool, but I do got one good video I do want to show, and it's crazy because I remember when this first came out, and I meant to bring it up a while back, and it's wild that more people ain't speaking about it, but and I hope it can go through, but unfortunately, by the end of this video, I'm like, yeah, that's probably not. Let me see. Did I lose the damn video? I sure did. Oh, good. Oh, here you go. So, shout out to Ohio Representative Royce. Oops, that was wrong, but Royce is suing Trump, arguing that changing the name of the Kennedy Center requires an act of Congress. Democratic Rep Joyce Beatty has sued President Trump, hoping to force the removal of his name from the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts. The lawsuit from Ohio Congresswoman argues that the board's vote to rename the building was illegal because an act of Congress is required for such an action. The White House announced last week that the board at the Kennedy Center, which Trump now chairs and is filled with his appointees, voted unanimously to rename the building the Trump Kennedy Center, with workers adding Trump's name to the facade of the building the next day. So there are people trying to fight back this system, but if you pay close attention to what it said right here, is that the White House announced last week that the board of the Kennedy Center, which Trump is the chairman of and all his appointees are a part of, points out to something that is very sad that a lot of people were not paying attention to, and that is they basically did a whole coup of the United States government. Now, with that being said, this motherfucker has always been fucked up in the first place. Let's not get it twisted. And it's towards the end of the, I'm gonna say, let's go be more towards the end of the video. And that said, like, people really were blind to what other people was telling them because it sounded like movie shit. It sounded like, oh, that's some, ain't nobody can do that. The pieces of paper say that they can't do that shit. The pieces of paper, we looking at them like, look, you let these motherfuckers in, they go change them pieces of paper because pieces of paper got erasers and you can white out shit and go. Then listen. So now we are moving into a phase of a fascist dictatorship of America, even though people claim that's not what they wanted. That's what they voted for. And we're going to go into some evidence of that. Now, let's see, where is we going to go? Oh, now I had another transition, but you know what? I'll say that for another day. I might end up pulling that out. We might end up pulling that out. Let's see. You know what? This is where we gonna go at. I have found two other, I have found a couple other videos. So, to the people that, fight back on the Christianity thing and they be like, oh, it's not a white supremacist thing or whatever, blah, 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 blah. I found a couple of clips of people of the white race explaining certain things that the people, the TPPSA, Erica, what is her name? Kirks and all of them try to pretend like it's not true, but it is. This one lady I'm about to pull up is from Fort Worth, Texas. I'm not too far from Fort Worth, Texas. My damn self. And someone did an interview with her on some things, and this is what she had to say, in acknowledgement of her privilege and whiteness and what she knows of her own people. And I hate my damn app crash because I had all this shit in order. Where is it? Here you go, right here.
I found this scrolling on social media. Let me know what y'all think about this.
Let's go back to our history. Texas is a state. We fought for independence, not out of some grand thing like the Declaration of Independence, was because we wanted to keep on owning slaves. Mexico was going to outlaw slavery, and we didn't like that. We wanted to keep owning other human beings, and so we had a war, and we won our independence so we could do that. So white supremacist ideology is embedded in the DNA of this state. And it is embedded in the DNA of this city, and we kid ourselves if we think it's not. Yeah. It's embedded in white people's DNA. I can say I'm not racist all day long, but that's bull, because the world I grew up in layered that in me. And it's a daily fight for me to remember that, acknowledge it, and try to overcome it, because it's a problem for me. I do not mind being made uncomfortable by that, but I would say at the heart of it, the base of the Fort Worth Way is let's not make rich white people uncomfortable. Mm-hmm. Please do not make rich white people uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm. Let me know what y'all think about that.
And that was fairly recent, right? But we can go all the way back to the 60s, and it was someone saying the same damn thing.
The problem that we have in white America is that most white people, when they hear about white racism, most white people say, man, that's not me. I never discriminated against anybody. Never did. In their sense of what discrimination means or what racism is, they may be right. But they sit residing in a system from which they take full benefit, a system that defines them in and defines black people out. We are going to have to face the fact that we are not a community. A community is where a lot of people develop mutually beneficial relationships with each other. And our racist institutions and the political boundaries of our cities define black people out of the community. White people sit in their suburban homes and watch their television programs and hear about all of these laws that are being passed. Many of them are beginning to wonder, well, what is it with those colored people out there? Why are they so upset? All this wonderful stuff that we're doing for them. But we aren't focusing on the black man living on the block. He lives in a two-flat on that block. And he knows what the circumstance on that block was 10 years ago. And he knows what it is today. And he, too, has heard about all of those programs and laws being passed. But the hard fact of the matter is that things are not changing for him. It's no wonder that the white population and the black population are pitted against each other when the black man knows that the change is not coming and the white man thinks that major efforts are being undertaken when they are not. So I don't think anybody should be surprised when one sees the black people in an open attack on the system, because I suspect that they don't see that there is any other realistic alternative.
This is from goddamn 1960 something. And we got Nicki Minaj is out there. Snoop Dogg. Fat Ugly Weatherman. Out there, Kewn. It's insane. Now, what is funny is I found this video of Bewitched. Y'all remember the show Bewitched? With Samantha as the witch and stuff. An episode was written by a predominantly black school, high schoolers. They were some high schoolers. They wrote this episode of Bewitched. And but the crazy thing is the whole episode is in blackface. But you gotta know what the episode is about. So I wanna watch that episode with y'all, see what y'all think of it. I seen it. I watched it early today. And I was like, wow, I ain't even know this episode existed. I think they pulled it off the air, but I want to check it out with y'all, see what y'all think about it. Let's see what's going on in the chat first. Let's see. What the fuck is this? This the chat? I can't see a goddamn thing. Okay, there we go. There we go. That one chat. How many damn chat boxes is it? Oh, okay, there we go. Let's see who in the house. All right, we got to be a blessing. LL Bitty, what's good? L Bitty said, got caught up watching Dune 2. We talking about all the pale face false prophets. We are. It is a very it's very not white Christmas. Let's see. I wonder if Super got some words triggering this review. In the struggle stream, we say almost anything. Oh yeah, because this was me and my daughter's channel before, so I probably do got some words. I need to go in there and take it off because I had hella shit you can say in this bitch. I forgot all about it and shit. My bad, y'all. I'm gonna get it fixed. That's probably what it is. Let's see. Matter of fact, let me see if I can fix that shit now. Let's show what's happening. Hold on.
So we normally talk about movies.
Turn this down. Here. All comments. Where's the plug? Right. Yeah, it had on some moderation. That's what. All right. So if you tried to type something earlier and that shit didn't go through, type it now and it should go through. Oh, hold on real quick. Hold on. All right, let me turn this fan on. All right, y'all. Yeah. So check out. Make sure that's see if y'all getting the same thing. All right, so check this out. The name of this episode was called Sisters at Heart. All right, Sisters at Heart. Now this channel, they like review they review like a bunch of old like episodes of just kind of stuff. It's called Age Great. If y'all care to know what the channel is, if you ever want to check it out, and they look at stuff that was controversial even when it came out, or wasn't controversial then and maybe controversial now. Their biggest one was about this movie called Soul Man, I believe. One of them. Oh shit, I forgot about that movie right there. Soul Man, one of them. And then what? But they just posted this the other day, and it was called, it's about Bewitched. Is about racial harmony. And as I said, they go explain it in the movie. So check this out. I mean, they go explain in the video where it all come from.
Talk about movies, but Christmas is a special time when TV shows take big swings at important topics. So take a magical moment as we ruin your whole holiday season and discuss the December 24th, 1970 very special episode of Bewitched.
And I'm watching it. I want to see what y'all think about the episode. All right, now they goofy and funny, so don't get offended by that. Well, you can get offended by what the hell you want to. I ain't offended by how they talking about it because they like this in all the videos. But I wanted to see what y'all think about the actual episode and the time frame that it was, and would y'all have been offended by it back then, or are you offended by it even now?
Sisters at Heart. They had the main character come out and say, before we start tonight's show, we want you to know it was written by the 10th grade English class at Thomas Jefferson High School, and it's brought to you by Oscar Mayer.
All right.
She's saying, so just so you know, we didn't write this, and it's going to be really racist. The TV show Bewitched, it's about a woman who's a witch, but her husband asked her to keep it down and just be a wife and a mother. So it opens on the Christmas tree. Darren's the husband, Samantha's the witch. So she has a daughter named Tabitha, and then she has a son. And she says, okay, you're having your first sleepover guest, your friend Lisa. Remember the rules. And the girl has powers too. So she's like, don't be a witch. And she's like, okay, no witchcraft. Darren works at an ad agency. He's a madman. And the boss comes over, Larry, and he comes over with a black couple. The husband of the black couple, he works with Darren. And their daughter, Lisa, is Tabitha's best friend. Okay. And she's like, we'll be temporary sisters. I always wanted a sister. You can be my sister. And the boss says, okay, Darren, you've got the Brockwell account. That's going to be $1 million account for us. If all these accounts pay off, it's going to be a white Christmas. And then Keith goes, you better watch that shit. And then it freezes. Watch it, honky. What? But Mr. Brockwell comes by unannounced to meet Darren's family, and Lisa answers the door. And he goes, oh, your mommy must be the housekeeper. And she says, my dad works at the agency. She says the name of the agency that he's doing business with. And he's like, oh, holy shit, this is his daughter. He has a black daughter. She goes, you want to see somebody? And he goes, I've seen enough.
No. Wait, but a black guy works at his firm.
No. They're doing the ads for this Brockwell guy.
Right.
He sells burning crosses, and they're just going to do his ad work for him.
It's really funny, the idea to sell a cross that's already on fire. It's already on fire?
Yeah, he's like, do you have to light them before you bring them over? He's like, we sell burning crosses. That's what we sell. If we just sold crosses, we would just be a cross store. That's not even racist. Lisa and Tabitha, they're doing paints. Lisa spills white paint on herself. Tabitha's like, oh shit, I got paint on me. And she's like, okay, I can fix this for you if you close your eyes. Okay. Because she's like, I can make the paint go away.
Right.
But I'm magic, but don't look. She like blinks to like get rid of the white paint, and she gets rid of the white paint, but she turns her white.
God damn it.
Now Lisa, the little black girl, is in white face.
Oh no!
This is a Christmas episode that features black and white face.
There's blackface 2 coming up?
Well, stay tuned. I mean, is it Christmas or is it Christmas? So now we have the little girl turns in a blink. She's got like a blonde wig and white. She looks like Dave Chappelle character. Like it's not good. The little girl's like, I'm white. And she's like, oh, now we can be sisters. Well, you're the same color as I am. And then she goes, now that you're white, I can tell you my secrets. She goes, now that you're white, I can trust you.
Now they be doing their jokes in here and stuff, so to burn the cross. So just put that out there. Also, I gotta take a break or the copyright shit. So I gotta say something. Let's continue.
And she says, I'm a witch. And then she turns her back. She's like, see, I turned your back.
Oh.
I have the power to, I can make races whatever I want.
Uh-oh.
And then she goes, well, if you're a witch.
Oh, no.
Can you change you?
Oh, fuck.
And then she goes, I don't know. And then she turns herself black. No. This is a Christmas blackface special story.
Black for Christmas.
She's black for Christmas.
Okay.
And she goes, now we're sisters the other way. She goes, but your mom won't recognize you. And she goes, that.
The worst part about that was the wig. That's the most offensive part to me. Let's continue.
That's true. And if you're white, your mom won't recognize you.
What if Tabitha was like, no, my mom will recognize me. I do this all the time. I do blackface all around the house. She'll know it's me.
She's like, yes, this is my first time doing this. I don't do it all the time. Just when I have to sing along to certain words and songs. And she goes, I wish there was a way that we could be recognizable but also be the same color. Oh, I know. And then we cut to Darren. He's telling Samantha he got fired from the account. And then the girls come down the stairs and they've got what they call polka dots.
Whoa.
The black one's got white dots and then the white one's got black dots.
Vitiligo.
Kinda.
Michael Jackson watched this and went,
Wait, vitiligo and children? Is this my favorite movie? So then Larry the boss comes by and he's like, okay. He doesn't know why yet. He goes, Mr. Brockwell dropped you on the account. I'm going to show him you're a good guy. I'm going to have the Christmas party over here this year. And we're going to invite him. So then Brockway comes by the party and he goes, you know what? I guess, someday it'll be accepted probably, but... Oh, because so Keith and Dorothy, the black couple, they came over to the party, and then Darren happens to be standing next to Dorothy when Brockway comes in, so he thinks that's his black wife. And then they take the presents, and then Darren goes, I see what happened.
He's saying that in the future this will be accepted. So this was written by a bunch of 15-year-old white kids who really are looking forward to having sex with black women later. They're like, someday this is going to be cool, right?
This episode was written by the white 15-year-olds of Thomas Jefferson High School and their black girlfriends. Holy shit!
This is white people humor. Let's go progress.
Whoa, man! You only get into Thomas Jefferson High School if you're a white guy with a black girlfriend. So they wrote a TV show so their parents will let them have sex with their black girlfriend. This is the best Christmas ever. Samantha's up there with the girls. They've hidden the girls up in the bedroom. She's like, you have to want to change back. And she's like, but the girl in the park says that we can't be sisters if we're white and black. And then she goes, is that what this is about? She was wrong. You're a sister with anyone that you share anything with. So then they change back because she believes. Brockwell? Larry tells him the truth. And he's like, oh, that wasn't his wife. Well, then you guys can have my account if that wasn't his wife. And Larry, the boss, he's a good guy. He says, so now that you know his wife isn't black, now you want to hire us? I'm not interested. You're a racist. So he's having this argument. And they come down the stairs, Darren and Samantha. And then he goes, I'm not a racist. Some of my best friends are Negroes. This is when Samantha does her famous nose twitch, which means her magic's happening. He turns Larry, the boss, black while he's talking to the guy. So now he's in blackface. He's like, what? Well, have you been black this whole time? Then he looks up at Darren and Samantha, and now they're in blackface.
Dude.
This whole Christmas episode ends with everybody being, this is a blackface Christmas. But here's the thing. he looks horrified, and we're supposed to think he's horrified because he's seeing black people, but he might just be horrified because he's at a Christmas party where everyone's in blackface. Yeah. Maybe he's the least racist. He's like, I'm a racist, but this shit's fucked up. I've never had a blackface Christmas party, you fucks. Whoa. So it can really go either way, right? And then he looks in the mirror, and now he's black.
Okay.
Now they're white again.
Oh, shit, dude.
But now he's white still, but he's black in the mirror. Black Mirror. The Black Mirror twist is a Black Mirror. This is the greatest fucking thing that ever happened. And he's like, well, I better be going.
Yep.
He's like, well, I was planning an Irish exit. But I guess that's off the table. Am I right, everybody? Next day. So now it's Christmas, the black couple and the white couple together on Christmas morning, opening presents, and Broccoli comes by and he says, you know what? I didn't sleep all night. And then they're like, come in. And then the black family goes, oh, it's the racist. Come in. It's Christmas. And he goes, a funny thing happened last night. I discovered something about myself. I'm a racist. And he goes, I guess I'll be going. And then Samantha says, before dinner? And he goes, because you're invited. And then she goes, but a lot depends on how you do at dinner. We're having an integrated turkey.
What? Wait.
White meat and dark. Oh. And then everybody laughs. And then it cuts to her going, we hope you enjoyed this on behalf of me and Oscar Mayer.
Oh, no.
So is that the message all along? They're saying that how you fight racism is by combining different types of meat. And they're like, and in Oscar Mayer hot dogs, no one knows what the fuck's in these things. Oscar Mayer, the least racist thing of all.
Now, I seen this, and I was like, yo, so I looked up the episode on Wikipedia to see what was behind, because when they get to joking about the Thomas Jefferson High School being all white with they black, I was like, what? Hell, what? But that was a joke. I come to find out they was joking and shit. The episode, which aired in, what year was this? This is actually December 24th, 1970, so it was a Christmas episode. Did I disappear? I think I disappeared. Ain't this a bitch? Oh. Yeah, shit nice. Anyway, so I went and Googled, and come to find out, it was actually written by, and that's what she was really saying at the beginning of the Oscar Mayer thing, that it was written by 26 African-American students at Thomas Jefferson High School. After Montgomery and her husband, the director of the episode, had the students, wait, hold on. Okay, yeah. After Elizabeth Montgomery and her husband, William Asher, the director of the episode, had the students visit the set of Bewitched. Most of the students at the school were unable to read, write, or comprehend at a high school level, with 44% reading at a third grade level and very few students reading at a level much higher than that. Sargent said that the students who might have been stuck in the ghetto for the rest of their lives loved Bewitched, and with just the approval and motivation came alive on the set. Montgomery considered The Sisters at Heart her favorite episode of the series and said it was created in a true spirit of Christmas, conceived in the image of innocence and filled with the truth. The episode received the Governor's Award and the 23rd Prime Time Emmy Awards of 1971. Montgomery's biographer Herbie Plato wrote that no episode of the series more clearly represented the cry against prejudice than Sisters at Heart. So I seen the shit and I was like, wow. The shit was crazy. But it really, I grew up watching Bewitched. I don't know if y'all grew up watching Bewitched, but I did. And I grew up, I know why they didn't play it in reruns or anything like that. It's quite obvious why they did not. So I ain't remember this episode, but watching it, I mean, it was, to me, it was a sweet story. Now, with that being said, the kids who couldn't read or write, ain't no goddamn way they wrote that the turkey is integrated, this white meat and dark meat. That was motherfuckers. They wrote that joke in. Matter of fact, it's gotta be they probably just had the premise or some type of premise or whatever, or maybe she just used the motherfuckers to do it. However, it was a good message and shit. Are y'all offended by the use of the blackface? Cause really with the Bewitched magic, how they do the shit, that's just how they would have had to do it. Some people they would have probably said, well, they should have had black stand-ins. Now I'm thinking about it, they probably should have just had some black stand-ins. But maybe white people seeing themselves as black, the actors that they watch black, who knows? I don't know. They could have used some stand-ins though. If they really wanted, yeah, they really just could have used some stand-ins. They really could have did that. I guess they balanced it out though with the black girl being in whiteface. But I don't know. I think the message of the episode was good. See what y'all think about this shit. Let's see. Let's see. And did it fix the comments? Can y'all say what the fuck y'all want to say now? Let's see. I think it was mentioned her talking about her cousin Strange Balls where Eddie got the notice. Oh, okay. The fact that so many of our people are choosing to pick the validation and the money of the oppressor is so tiring and stupid, selling their souls for some crumbs. We gonna get into that. And this channel gonna be going back and forth. I was watching this one YouTuber and she was like, how she do YouTube is one channel for thee and then one for me, meaning she do videos for the algorithm and then she do shit she want to talk about. And the final video we go watch on this shit is where I'm gonna be kind of delving into, and I'm probably once I get monetized again. Well, really not even once I get monetized again. I'm probably gonna start back this damn Patreon next year, but I want to have like I want to have content already over there, not like how it was last time, because I'm not responsible enough for Discord and shit. To me, a Discord like having another kid is just too much responsibility and shit. And my wife be wanting to have a kid, and I'd be like, look, I don't want no responsibility. And she knew how much work it take for a Discord. That'd be my ass and shit. You said we can't get a dog, and you said you don't want no responsibility, but you taking care of, you always talking to 50,000 people. I'm like, I am a hypocrite. So I'm gonna open it up because I want to talk about that particular statement, what you just said, and the reason why these people are choosing the money, why they choosing the money, and why they don't give a fuck, and why the second part of this video we about to get into, the Trump side of the video, why that is occurring, and why no matter what the fuck we would have, the outcome was always gonna be this, what's occurring right now. Yeah, we go get into that because, like I said on the last stream from the other night, I was like, man, at the end of the day, like shit going how it's supposed to go. But we go delve into that. Yeah, they did blame the kids. They did. It still was a good message, but if the Wikipedia is saying, if the Wikipedia is anywhere correct, and that's what she said though. She said it, so I won't say they didn't have put nothing into it at all, but I will say this. Oh, they actually got credit though. Like official credit. They actually put the actual official credit because they only put, matter of fact, let's see if we can find an IMBD and see who got the actual credits. Let's see. Got writers. Well, I'll be one store. That's got to be the whole class. All these motherfuckers just got one, yeah. So, hey, he gave and they did the story. So, story is just you putting some input into it. Teleplay is like the actual script and shit. So, hey, shout out to them. Shout out to them. All them kids got an actual professional TV writing credit. That's what the fuck up. That's what the fuck is up. I can't even be mad about that. I can't be mad about that at all. Okay, that's dope. That's pretty dope. Let's see. Cause I ain't go front. If I had seen the kids and get no goddamn any type of credit, my whole thought process about this being you know a good tale of wholesomeness was about to start changing. I was kind of getting nervous. Let's see. Where is this damn chat? Why the damn chat window keep disappearing? I cannot find this motherfucker. Oh, there you go. I gotta press that. Let's see. And this ain't no damn Oscar Mayer commercial. I'm gonna change this shit off. Let's see. Yeah, didn't nobody really like Darren number 2. That is a good consistency. It's gotta suck to be like Vivian number 2, Darren number 2. The only number 2 actor that people like better than the first one, which most people didn't know was the first one, was Marty McFly. If y'all didn't ever seen the clips, because they was like, I want to say 2/3 done with Back to the Future with the first actor that was supposed to play him, and the motherfuckers was playing it back. It was like, we don't like this motherfucker, and so that's the only song I done seen. Who been number 2 and they was just better. It finally came in. I'm sorry, you guys. These guys are funny. Not gonna lie. They told me, said, yeah, they was. They be the part at the end when they said the cross selling shit and all of that was funny. I watched their channel. They good. Not offended. Some of it be white, but they funny too. I feel like it wouldn't have been the same effect they had race swap the actors too. That, you know what? That's what I was thinking too. Like, that's what I was thinking. They could have swapped, but since they gave the whole kids credit, I'm fine with it and shit. Cause I ain't go front. My brain was like, they could have paid some black people to do it. You know what I'm saying? But you need to see white people. You know, it needed that effect. I agree with you on that shit. Furby, but what's the business, Furby? Why I always got to come back to some crazy shit? Y'all be knowing. Ooh, Mr. Furley and Dunn Knotts. Cause I ain't hate Dunn Knotts when they replaced Mr. Furley, but it wasn't the same. It wasn't the same, but Dunn Knotts was funny though. But it wasn't the same. Yeah, you right though. Cause Mr. Furley, him and his wife, that whole situation, that was funny. Three's Company was good. But sitcoms were so good back in the days. Same thing with Suzanne Summers and that other broad that they swapped out. That wench. Should have paid her that damn money. That was the only reason motherfuckers was watching it, for the Jiggle Vision. All right, y'all. Next up on here is, let me see if my app working out. Let me see. I'm gonna have to troubleshoot my app because it won't work. We about to go into the Trump portion of this whole thing and how we are slowly like a frog being boiled. Well, shit, I'm gonna be honest. It really ain't slowly. Like, this shit happening fast and the motherfucker are slipping into dictatorship. Very, very crazily. We're gonna talk about Trump. We talk about the third term shit. We're gonna talk about data centers and the ballroom. We're going into tomfoolery area with that. And what else? The Epstein files and all that. And then we gonna wrap it up with this final video from that guy I've been telling y'all about. Who gonna be We're going to close that out on him. We're going to talk about that as well. Now, anybody in the know knows that the Trump getting voted in was nothing but Reagan Part 2. Okay, this was the second phase of the complete corporatization, privatization of America. We on the final cusp of everything just being ripping the government from anything, aka no oversight for capitalists who just want to make money. Is that you, Chunky? Oh, my bad. The whole oversight of anything. So no holds barred. We see that with Trump doing all these executive orders, changing names of buildings. Now that is the dictatorship part of it. Like, he's going through putting his name on everything, but that's no different than what the fuck he was doing a long time ago. Trump Tower, all that stuff, putting gold, putting his own personal, customizing everything to himself is ignorant. It's very crazy. And he is no different than, once again, they always make shit, and they always tell us shit in the movies. Okay, whether it is on purpose or it's on accident. But speaking of Back to the Future, I found this article because I always wondered that. And I don't know if y'all know Back to the Future 2. Shout out to my Back to the Future Transformer. Y'all know me. Biff Tannen was based on Donald Trump. If you sit down and watch Back to the Future 2, and so well, that's some old shit. Biff Tannen and a certain Republican presidential candidate with a penchant for self-promoting and building giant hotels and casinos. It turns out there was no accident. The writer of the flick has just confirmed that Tannen was based on Trump. This was back in the 80s. Okay? And we're going to look at some screenshots and see if it's any differences. This is a guy, they said, we thought about it when we made the movie. Are you kidding? He says. You watch part 2 again, and there's a scene where Marty confronts Biff in his office, and there's a huge portrait of Biff on the wall behind Biff. And there's another moment where Biff kind of stands up and he takes exactly the same pose as the portrait. Yeah, of course, in the movie, Biff uses the profits from his 27-story casino. The Trump Plaza Hotel, completed in 1984, is 37 floors, by the way, to help shake up the Republican Party before eventually assuming political power himself, helping transform Hill Valley, California into a lawless dystopian wasteland where hooliganism reigns, dissent is squashed, and wherein Biff encourages every citizen to call him America's greatest living folk hero. Yeah, says Gail. That's what we were talking about. That's what we're thinking about. So check this out. Here is them scenes from Back to the Future, and this is what's so crazy. Let's see. This is what Biff built. A Trump Tower. Okay? With his name and likeness on everything. All right? He's now in this one, he took her, but he basically bought Melania or whatever. All right? Because nobody want him. And of course, he has all of these horrible. He cheated his way, which his pops cheated. And so he got his money from cheating because he stole the horse book. Then took all of the credit as if he was really smart. Like, he just couldn't just take, oh, I just won some money or whatever. He had to lie with it and take credit for being smart or whatever. So he goes and deregulates a whole bunch of stuff so he can open up a whole bunch of stuff. Got toxic waste plants all over the country and all of this shit, and destroys the whole town. All right. Of course, wife all drugged out now. Don't like him, but she stick around because she can't go nowhere. Look at all the solid gold posts and everything. All the gold accents that you see everywhere. Gold wall everywhere. Okay. Then you get to, let's see. And this is what the Oval Office, I promise this is what the Oval Office go end up looking like before it's all over. Gold. Just gold, everything. And this is what folks voted for. They literally voted for Biff fucking Tannen. Had his own museum to himself in the goddamn place. Okay? Statues of himself, which Trump went line when he saying he was building a monument to himself. And that's what people really voted for. Now, let's look at some things that he is doing currently that further shows us that's what's going on. He tweeted the other day this right here. Check this out.
On Christmas Eve, Donald Trump posted this about Stephen Colbert. Stephen is running on hatred and fumes. A dead man walking. CBS should put him to sleep now. It is
a dead man walking. Okay. He says this like about his own citizen. All right. He goes on social media and says they need to hang him out to dry. He a dead man walking.
The humanitarian thing to do. I decided to point out the hypocrisy. I tweeted the exact same thing, but I replaced Stephen with Trump. Does this sound like a threat to anyone else? FBI, this is wrong. Krasenstein is calling for violence on President Trump. Brian is threatening to the president, FBI. What a horrible and criminal thing to say. The CIA and FBI should take this threat seriously. Trump has Secret Service. Stephen Colbert does not. I'm against all violence.
He can threaten citizens, do whatever he want to, say whatever he want to say. Actually, this is what he posted for Christmas. This is his Christmas message to everyone. Merry Christmas to all, including the radical left scum that is doing everything possible to destroy this country, but are failing badly. We no longer have open borders, men's and women's sports, transgender for everyone, or weak law enforcement. What we do have is record stock market. Go with money, but not for the regular folks. The record stock market is for all of the motherfuckers who own them fucking corporations. And 401ks. Lowest crime numbers in decades, and everybody got a 401k. It's people, the majority of people who got 401k don't even got their yearly salary in that bitch, if that. And that's the majority. So that whole 401k shit is some bullshit. And actually, 401k was the person who created them motherfuckers ended up kind of being like, wasn't good as pension plan and shit. But he knew he had to be in favor for the corporation or the businesses he created them for. But he was like, yeah, for the people, yeah, it wasn't the best thing. Lowest crime numbers in decades, no inflation, and yesterday a 4.3 GDP. 2 points better than expected. Tariffs have given us trillions of dollars in growth. Just lying. In growth and prosperity, and the strongest national security we ever had. We are respected again. No, we are not. What the fuck are you talking about? Perhaps like never before. God bless America. We have a literal movie villain as the motherfucking president. And people like that shit. That's the sad part about it. People liked this shit. Because all his dog whistles was, I'm gonna get the blacks and browns out this bitch. And I'm gonna make you rich. I'm gonna make you rich. I'm gonna bring your jobs back. And I'm gonna get her. He did none of that. And he is posting crazy shit like this. Now, this is something else he posted right here. And this was about Stephen Colbert. All right. He is still going off about the TV stations. If network newscasts and their late night shows are almost 100% negative to the president, Donald J. Trump, MAGA, and the Republican Party, shouldn't their very valuable broadcast licenses be terminated? I say yes. He's controlling mass media. Like, literally on some Kim Jong-un shit. Y'all know the motherfucker in North Korea. Threatening people threatening their jobs, terminating licenses that he should not even be able to dibble and dabble in. It has nothing to do with they are not breaking the law. He is speaking as if they are breaking some sort of law to speak against authority. When the whole point, I remember years ago, was, oh, we don't have free speech and all this and the third. I don't want to bring free speech back, but now you can't talk shit about this bitch ass motherfucker. This is what dictatorship looks like. This is how it eases its way in. Like I said, this ain't even easing. This is just blatant. Okay. This motherfucker right here then has a Christmas call with a kid. We about to take a listen to what the fuck he say to this child.
Good. I'm fine. You sound so beautiful and cute. How old are you?
I'm 8.
Wow, so smart. You sound so smart. So do you have a good?
Now, don't get it twisted. We know that 8-year-old is much more smarter, but he got a gold tie on, y'all. This is Biff Tannen's. This is a Biff Tannen Christmas. This is him talking to Santa.
Oh, wow.
Go ahead.
They love video games. Tackle on him. Yes.
Right.
I hope he will be right.
Go
I hope
ahead.
the dreams come true.
has a tracker on him.
Okay.
Well, we track Santa all over the world. We want to make sure that Santa is being good. Santa is a very good person. We want to make sure that he's not infiltrated, that we're not infiltrating into our country a bad Santa. So we found out that Santa is good.
Thank you. Bye.
Santa loves you. Santa loves Oklahoma like I do. You know, Oklahoma was very good to me in the election, so I love Oklahoma. Don't ever leave Oklahoma, okay?
Infiltrating. Even the fake ass Santa Claus we can't even have a goddamn Santa Claus in this motherfucker. Now, him speaking to the goddamn youngster and shit, and all of the dumbass shit he doing or whatever, blah blah blah. A lot of us, you know, and this is where it's gonna get to the depressing part, if unfortunately for you guys. God damn it. A lot of us, you know, got mad at or mad. I'm still mad, to be honest with you, and disappointed more that a lot of people fell for the okie doke in their votes and all of this stuff. But the sad truth of the matter is, it's all by design. It really was all by design. This whole shit, in my opinion, it's all just some theatrical shit, because it is a plan. It is a very long, well thought out plan that has been in motion for like hundreds of years for sure. That, and I'm gonna give you a snippet of something that gives me my evidence of this, and it's sad because I put it in my mind. This how it looks. All right, this is where we at right now, you guys. We are in a two-tier operation. I lost my goddamn pen. I always lose shit. I need the shit. Oh, okay, here we go. You know, let's have this shit. All right. I feel we are in a two-tier situation right now, all right? Okay, can you see this red line? I hope y'all can. I know it's a lot of lights in. This right here is the red line. All right? We got the people shit that we dealing with down here. All right? And then we got the powers shit that's up here, okay? The thing is, and this is what I think is happening. The power shit is gonna happen regardless. But they have us thinking down here that we actually affect the shit that's going on. And with that, with them being able to do that, it separates the people. So the P go over here, the E go over here, the O go over here, the P go over here. It separates all of us. So we all mad at each other. We mad at everybody for making decisions, thinking certain kind of ways or whatever. While the power is up here, just looking at it, and they play along too. The power pretend like they separated, but they not. It's just one word. So now we hate this motherfucker because this motherfucker like the P. We hate this motherfucker because this motherfucker like the W. These motherfuckers hate each other because they team R and this motherfucker is team P. And instead of us being mad up here, we just infight all down here. And they keep going along. And just like with that goddamn punk ass Drake shit or whatever, and then Metro Boomin came out, at the end of the day, they'll just come out and be like, it's just WWE to me. It wasn't serious. And that's what it is with these motherfuckers up here. And it sucks. It sucks because the play that they got going on, it feel real. It really feels real. And it does expose people that we know and they thought processes. God damn it. It does expose the people that we know in our thought processes. So we not wrong in being upset with people who made certain decisions, because what has been displayed, the options that was displayed were obviously horrible options. So people who chose the horrible options, like, why you wanted to be horrible for everybody else? And and then we go. So it's not like we not justified in feeling our anger or anything towards each other. But the thing is, it's all fucking manufactured to be like this, because the shit was gonna happen regardless. I kind of knew that shit when the bailouts happened in 2008 with the auto industry and shit. And I was like, okay, it don't matter. Whoever in office go with the corporations and all that shit, them motherfuckers gonna get bailed out regardless. It's never gonna stop. It's always gonna be them at the top that's gonna be good, no matter what facade they give us. In 2008, everybody was, my mama cried. Everybody was, oh, we got the first black president, and it was, we were respected from the outside on the people and all that shit. We were, but at the end of the day, corporations was getting bailed out left and right, and it wasn't like it is now, where it's bad for the people. But my point of this is, all of the people that's above a certain level, hey, everything that need to go the way it need to go went that way. And it sucks because the more you dig into that level, it's just like, fuck, we all getting played up in this motherfucker. But we still justified in being mad at the motherfucking Nicki Minaj's and all this, because now we know that if everything was cool, and it was, we did have real, like, finite control over shit, we couldn't trust them motherfuckers. So it sucks to be in that duality of mind, because once you look at it from that point of view, it's just like, God damn, we falling in this. It's the fuck they want us to do, man. We need to come together. Unfortunately, I can't come together with you. I understand we did. You tricked us and shit, but you chose what you chose, motherfucker. So you go that way. Yeah, you go way over that way. Yeah, we just need to be able to, like, separate it into two groups that care about everybody as a whole, and then the motherfuckers who want to be all, just care about their own selfish shit. But it ain't no way we gonna be able to do that and shit, and it really sucks. Here's my evidence, though, of why I think this is the way shit is, okay? On some real shit. And also why, with this line of thinking, at the same damn time, since I do feel like it's two separate layers, and I'm not up here, down here, I still gotta pick the best of the options, whether I feel like they fake or not. Okay, still gotta pick the best, and I still gotta put, I still gotta make decisions. I still gotta go vote. I still gotta go do the things, even though in my mind, I don't feel it really do shit. And I still gotta stand up and say the shit that I feel is right, even though I feel like I'm just on stage and motherfuckers up there pulling these strings. And that's the hardest part, and that's been the hardest part about me starting this channel and seeing how I want to go and shit, because the most dangerous shit that's put out there, and what I don't want this to be mistaken of, is both sides and shit, because that's very dangerous. Because with the power shit, that's all the same, but it don't matter if they both wings of the same bird. Yeah, that's true, but like I said, it's crazy if one side or one you get one set of options and they fuck everything up, and then you get another set of options and it don't do nothing particularly great, but it don't fuck shit up, and people will choose the fucked up side. That ain't got nothing to do with goddamn politics for me. That's just some common sense shit. That means you just bad at decision making, period. And I'm very anti bad decision making when it comes to shit that's very obvious. So I'm gonna be talking about shit from the power level and shit, and I'm gonna be alternating between the people level, where I'm deciding to pick a side and choose on some shit, and it's gonna sound very hypocritical, because once I get to the power level, it's always gonna end up with like, look, just make sure you're enjoying life. You doing what you can, because not just shit you can do to stop it. Because in real life, to me, life is like Terminator 3. Have y'all seen Terminator 3? Terminator 3 is my favorite Terminator of all the Terminators, because they thought that they was gonna go and like stop Skynet. The whole point was Terminator was like, no, you can't stop that shit. It don't matter how many times y'all come back in time and try to change shit. You can't stop it. Like, it's inevitable. Like, there's just, and that's how I feel this shit is right here. Back to my goddamn evidence of the shit, and it ain't gonna never stop though, is this right here. And ain't nothing we can do about it. This paperwork came out just recently. Now, if you ain't heard, people been able to unredact parts of the Epstein files, not all of them or whatever, but even in some of the unredacted shit, this type of shit is popping up. Breaking, newly released document shows Epstein says he woke up with strangulation marks on his neck when he was in his cell and didn't know where they came from. He stated he didn't want to be brought back to his cell because he didn't know whether strangulation marks had gotten on his neck while he wasn't conscious or sleeping. This comes after another new document shows Mark Epstein's Jeffrey brother sent in a tip to the FBI in 2023 stating that Donald Trump is the one who ordered for Epstein to be killed. The FBI had all of this information, okay? This had all of this types of information of people seeing that Trump putting hits out on folks and this and the third, and not to mention this one right here. This is according to LGBTQ Nation. You know they're gonna have the documents that came out and showed Trump watched as a girl's newborn was murdered and dumped in a lake. Okay, a woman told the FBI that she was 13 years old, and Donald Trump watched as her uncle murdered her newborn child and dumped this tiny corpse in Lake Michigan. Her claims appears in an FBI document among the Epstein files newly released by the Department of Justice. In the document, the unnamed woman says Trump participated regularly in paying money to force her to redacted with him, and he was present when my uncle murdered my newborn child and disposed of the body in Lake Michigan. The woman claims that she was sex trafficked by her uncle and now deceased billionaire Jeffrey Epstein in '84 when she was 13 and pregnant. I told the FBI some other important information about the high-profile individuals involved in sex trafficking and murder and disposal of my newborn daughter because I gave birth to her while in the middle of this ordeal, the woman told the FBI. On Wednesday, the DOJ announced the discovery over 1 million documents. This is 1 million documents covering decades of data The DOJ announced the discovery of over 1 million documents about Epstein and promised to work to redact and release the files. The DOJ violated federal law by refusing to release all of the files on Jeffrey Epstein by the required December 19th deadline. The department now says this release will take months. Congress members are considering legal consequences for the DOJ's non-compliance. In an unprecedented message, the DOA has said that its newly released files contain untrue and sensationalist claims against Trump. Among the other newly released files is a letter that Epstein wrote to fellow serial child molester Larry Nassar just before his death that said that Trump shares our love for young, nubile girls. Our president shares our love of young, nubile girls, Epstein wrote in a 2019 letter. When a young beauty walked by, he loved to grab, snatch. Whereas we ended up snatching grub in the mess halls of the system. This motherfucker said on a bus that he just grabs them by the pussy. Everybody was like, oh, so many people just let that shit go. Even when the shit was said, I was like, get the fuck out of here. I've never heard anybody say no shit like that. Never participated in no shit like that. Never seen nobody participate in that shit like that. And motherfuckers voted for this motherfucker that said some crazy shit like that. This is who the president twice has become the president. And I'm gonna be very honest with y'all. Him getting in the first time let me know I was like, this shit, which I knew when they lost my vote in Florida back with the Gore and Bush shit. I was like, this shit go the way they want it to go. This shit go the way that, because he has no credentials. Zero credential. He didn't be a house. He didn't do like district shit in small areas and none of that shit. Even Reagan had a smidge of some type of political shit beforehand, if I'm not mistaken. And when I say a smidge, I mean a smidge. Let me see how much of a smidge it is. Y'all know me, I don't like to be a liar. Let's see how much political experience did Reagan. Be like, bitch, I don't know what the fuck you are saying. Okay, yeah, he was a governor. At least he was a governor. At least he was the president of the goddamn Actors Guild before then. He had some type of shit, okay? But guess what? I'm saying all this. That don't even matter. Because Reagan fucked it up for the whole goddamn country. For the people, but not for the businesses. You don't have to be smart, Bush Jr. You don't have to be of any IQ status to just say yes to whatever the corporations tell you, you go say yes to. It is insane that we have lobbying. And lobbying, aka paying money for shit, is legal. Like, you literally, but they want to send people to jail for fixing games, but a big ass corporation can come give you a check and then they hold whatever the fuck they want to get approved. And that's our legal system. Speaking of people just giving folks a big check and shit get approved, check out this bean footage.
Chicken is now less safe to eat under Donald Trump. Why? Because Pilgrim's Pride Corporation, the second largest producer of chicken next to Tyson, gave Donald Trump $5 million for his inauguration. And what did they get in return? Trump's USDA is now going to ease regulations on chicken processing plants. Previous regulations only allowed 140 birds to be processed per minute. The new regulations will have 175 birds processed per minute. Can you inspect 2 chickens per second for diseases? No? Well, how about 3 chickens per second for diseases? Because those are the current USDA regulations, thanks to Pilgrim's Pride Corporation giving $5 million to Donald Trump's inauguration. In addition to lax protocols, this corporation will also benefit from antitrust enforcement. In 2021, the Biden administration went after them for price fixing, and they've faced scandals in Brazil, but thanks to their donation to Donald Trump, they can list their parent company on the stock exchange and avoid being broken up as a monopoly. Poultry plants on average have higher rates of injury than other manufacturing plants. And thanks to these new regulations, the chicken will be less safe to eat and higher chance of workplace injury. So between Trump's inauguration fund, his White House reconstruction fund, and most importantly, his cryptocurrency, there has never been a quicker, faster, and easier way to directly Venmo the President of the United States to do your bidding. Thank you to More Perfect Union for their research.
And if you think that's great, check this out.
Here's a list of all the toxic chemical regulations that Trump has taken away over the past year. Part 1. Number 1, he took away the limits for PFAS in our drinking water. It also would have taken out lots of lead and other contaminants as well. Number 2, he doubled the amount of formaldehyde that would now be allowed in our consumer products. Formaldehyde causes cancer as well. Number 3, he took away the mandatory asbestos testing for your cosmetics. Number 4, he delayed PFAS contamination cleanup in and around military bases. This means that our veterans and their families are now at higher risk of getting cancer. It also means that all of us are at higher risk of getting cancer because they're never going to degrade on their own, and so it will eventually get into our water supply and air. Number 5, I believe the total is 5 PFAS, right, cancer-causing pesticides are now allowed to be sprayed in unlimited amounts all over our food. Number 6, little to no food safety inspection on our imported food, which is around 15 to 20% of our entire food supply. Number 7, no mandated reporting on the amount of pesticides that are being sprayed on our food. In the past, farms had to tell you what pesticides they were spraying on their foods and in what amounts. Number 8, massive exemptions on companies reporting on what PFAS, again, cancer-causing toxic chemicals, they're actually using and dumping, so we would be able to keep track of like who is doing what, and now there's no mandated reporting, so we have no idea. Number 9, the EPA removed limits on the amounts of slaughterhouse waste that could be dumped into our drinking water. This is things like blood and feces.
And I'm pretty sure that was part 1. I'm pretty sure it goes to part 37. And so on and so forth. And all of that is what? Just for corporate interests. A lot of people will be like, oh, they trying to kill people purposely. Whether that's the case or not, if you just look at all of the shit, it just mean they can pump out more shit, have less overseeing, and scrape off more money. So yeah, they don't give a fuck how it affect everybody as long as they're making more money, because it's all about the money. Now, what's really crazy, and that's, as I said, more dictatorship, because dictators don't give a fuck about their people, the health of their people, or anything. They just care about themselves. Now, with that being said, we could just take a look at how he is using his power to manipulate the media. Like currently, he is threatening lawsuits against anybody that is talking crazy to him. He has threatened lawsuits or got lawsuits against CNN, New York Times, Washington Post, ABC News. Let's see. He is let me see, where is it at? I'm trying to see, is this? So this is the craziest thing. He has all of that control over the FCC, right? And that Skydance merger and all of that shit, where they gonna have control of CBS and all of the news affiliates with Warner Brothers and all this stuff. Them two conglomerates that's fighting over that against Netflix got the backing of the president, which will allow him to be able to dictate a lot of shit. We got anchors quitting because they can't speak freely anymore out of fear of getting fired or retribution, or really getting their house blew up and shit. That judge house got blew up just for saying no to some shit. We don't know who did it, but the fear is out there. We in full-blown dictatorship mode right now. Another thing that is super crazy is this right here.
At the White House tonight, President Trump acknowledging health care premiums are about to skyrocket for more than 20 million Americans. The president was pressed, where is the plan from the White House or Congress before they go home for the holiday? And there's news tonight. The White House now says the famed Kennedy Center has been renamed the Trump Kennedy Center. Mary Bruce at the White House.
Tonight, President Trump making it clear he does not want to extend the expiring Affordable Care Act subsidies, which means in just 2 weeks, insurance premiums for millions of Americans will soar.
More than 20 million Americans are now bracing for their premiums to skyrocket. Are you going to let this happen, or will you intervene?
Yeah, they will skyrocket because it was never any good.
Reporters pressing again, what will happen to those 20 million Americans who rely on the expiring subsidies?
But do you want Congress to extend these ACA subsidies?
Well, I'd like that to be able to do it.
The president claims he somehow wants to bypass insurance companies to pay people directly, but he hasn't explained how or what this would mean for Americans' health care. And he has not released a health care plan of his own. During the campaign, he said he was working on one.
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now.
Now, 11 months into his term, still no plan. Today, the president turning to one of his top health advisors, Dr. Mehmet Oz.
We have some ideas out there. Congress is working through some concepts.
Meantime, today, the White House with a different announcement. The board of the Kennedy Center, handpicked by the president, had voted to rename the Performing Arts Institute.
I forgot that motherfucking Dr. Oz is in the White House. It's full of actors. Got a White House full of actors. People were told that they wouldn't go have any health care. Their health care was gonna go through the roof, and they didn't give a fuck. And they voted for a motherfucker that said, grab by the pussy. And I really wanted to be like, yo, they had to do something to manipulate, the votes, which I believe they probably had something to do with that too. And this is another thing. We can't trust everything we see because we got to get into the data center part of the story. And that's another thing. We argue online with all of these people all day long. And social media is no longer the social media that we grew up on, because our generation grew up on social media. Social media, before they had algorithms, literally was just you post something and show it immediately. It was no, hey, we gonna show this to this person, we gonna show this to this person. None of that shit. It was you post it. If you follow that person, you saw it. Over time, once they learned just how powerful social media was, when they saw that people was putting their entire business on social media, and saw how people could influence people to purchase it on social media, is when they took away the one thing that kept us all on one accord, and that was the timeline order. They randomized it. Now you didn't know who was posting what time. It could have been a post from 3-4 months ago or 3-4 weeks ago. Whatever was relevant to you according to the algorithm is what you see. And that had a two-pronged effect. It was like the casino effect. When you go in the casino, ain't no clocks, ain't no windows. So you don't know what time it is, you don't know nothing. That first part of that is, now folks go on social media. We done it before. How many times you done went on, and Facebook, the worst of this, you go on social media and somebody say a story that you know is 4 months old or a long time ago, but it presented to you with no date stamp or nothing, as if it just occurred. So everybody now is confused. That's one thing. Second thing is, half the motherfuckers we talk to or argue with, a lot of these be bots. They don't even be real people. They be a profile, and I'm talking about a profile is stacked. Like, it got a history, a post history, and everything. But it's a lot of bots out there that whole job is to gather real people together, enough real people together and have all these movements, and it's like, man, it's hard. It's like, yo, these is real people. These are real people, or are they? We are in the age now to where we don't know what to believe. Now with AI, you don't know. We are getting to the point you don't know. You can't even believe video, audio, or visuals, or anything. Right now, if y'all don't know, they are spending billions and billions and billions of dollars on data centers right now for AI, which AI don't really make money, and AI can't really replace the jobs like they teach, like they telling everybody. It can a little bit for certain shit, very low level shit, but high level shit is a great tool. It's a great tool to use, but it is nowhere near what they are trying to say. But they building all these data centers. And this is when you know it is something nefarious about them building these data centers, because Trump just passed this. Check this out. Trump signed an order directing the government to sue states that attempt to regulate AI. Trump signed an executive order directing the federal government to sue states that enact AI regulations deemed harmful to the U.S. Global AI dominance, reinforcing the White House's industry-friendly tech stance despite pushback. The order directs the Justice Department to sue states for bills the White House decides contradict its policy of maintaining a minimally burdensome regulatory framework for AI. Legal experts have said this tactic will face considerable court challenges because the Constitution gives states wide leeway to pass laws on issues not covered by federal legislation. The order also directs federal agencies to look into withholding funding for states that pass their own laws and asks the White House advisors on technology to draft new legislation that would formalize the preemption of state AI laws through Congress. During the signing ceremony, Trump said AI was already leading to medical breakthroughs and that the U.S. needed a thriving industry to compete geopolitically with China. He also said endangering the industry's growth could hurt the U.S. economy. The battle over how AI should be regulated has opened a rift inside Trump's MAGA coalition of right-wing populists and tech billionaires. So you might be wondering, you might be thinking, oh, well, they just want we do need to be ahead of the game and stuff, and AI and this and AI. Them data centers are for AI, but not for AI the way people think it's for AI. AI is able to do, this is the thing, this is a caveat to what I was saying earlier. AI, it's hard to integrate AI into a system that was built by human shit and from the ground up. I'm talking about a lot of y'all work at systems where y'all still log in, that shit got Windows 93 on that motherfucker running that bitch, right? But when things are built from the ground up and AI focused and optimized for AI, then it could do hella everything. Just like the Matrix, right? They building all these data centers so they can rebuild everything based off of AI, like completely replicate everything that's already here that they will want to be controlled by AI and building it from the ground up. That's why it's such a big race, because that's the only way AI could really control shit. It's just like if they wanted a city right now, they'd be like, oh, the jobs that are bulletproof right now from AI are plumbers and stuff like that. Well, I'm gonna show you something really quick, because what if they built a city that was designed to where it was easy for robots or mechanicalized things to come replace everything, right? That's the solution. You just build everything so you don't need a human to do it. But you gotta do what? You gotta destroy in order to rebuild. Check this out real quick. Let me see if I can find this. Did I save that? I think I did. I think I did save that. Hold on. Get in here. Oh, okay. So over in Gaza, it's a plan to build this new city, like this new crazy technological city. And it kind of don't make sense until you see who the people are involved in it are. This is it right here. So check this out. So they want to draft a $112 billion proposal to develop Gaza into a smart city with luxury resorts and U.S. footing $60 billion of the bill. Okay. Which lets you know that fight over there that they doing with their whole Israel stuff, this is bigger than rap, and it's actually deeper than that as well. It's deeper than money. It's deeper than all of that shit. Bannon said some shit not too long ago, and how he referenced it, and you can see from his dishevelment the urgency of what he was saying, that he truly believed this shit. And this further let me know it was way deeper than what we think it is. Check this out.
He's going to get a third term. So Trump 28, Trump is going to be president in 28, and people just ought to get accommodated with that.
So what about the 22nd Amendment?
There's many different alternatives. At the appropriate time, we'll lay out what the plan is, but there's a plan. We had longer odds in 16 and longer odds in 24 than we got in 28. And President Trump will be the president of the United States, and the country needs him to be president of the United States. We have to finish what we started. Trump is a vehicle. I know this will drive you guys crazy, but he's a vehicle of divine providence. He's an instrument. He's very imperfect. He's not churchy, not particularly religious, but he's an instrument of divine will. And you can tell this of how he's pulled this off. We need him for at least one more term, right? And he'll get that in 28.
You're not driving me crazy. I'm trying to.
The terminology he's using is very important. It's very important to some other shit. And they not playing. This is some old shit. What he is saying is very old, and he is stressed out right now because first off, if Trump ain't president, him and a whole bunch of other motherfuckers going to jail. Like a whole bunch of motherfuckers going to jail. Including Trump. They all going to jail. But that whole divine thing, he just not pulling that out his ass. That's in association with some other shit, but we go continue.
Understand the coherence of the things you've just told me. On the one hand, you've said the Constitution is fit for purpose. Secondly, you've said that President Trump needs another term, even though the 22nd Amendment makes pretty clear that he cannot have another term.
Why does it make that clear?
Because he's on his second term already.
At some point in time, we will make sure we go through, Zanny, and define all those terms.
But you will be undermining the spirit of that amendment, even if you find some way around it.
If the American people, with the mechanisms we have, put Trump back in office, are the American people tearing up the Constitution? Would that be tearing up? Would the American people be going against the spirit of the Constitution, ma'am?
I think yes, actually, because I think what you will end up with is a populist justification for a quasi-dictatorship.
That's not true at all. Trump
That's what it sounds like.
It's not. Trump is a dictatorship. Did you just see the compromises he had to make on the big, beautiful bill? You see the compromises he has to do on everything, on accommodating Zelensky, on what President Trump. President Trump is nothing but a series of negotiations to kind of keep this thing rolling forward, where he's having trade-offs all the time.
But Steve, you've just spent the last 20 minutes telling me we have to smash the other side. There's no room for debate. There's no room for compromise. We must smash them. And now you're telling me this is a negotiation. I mean, that's no. I guess that's why it seems to me some kind of tension there.
The only way President Trump wins in 2028 and continues to stay in office is by the will of the American people, okay? And the will of the American people is what the Constitution embodies. And so I think we're going to be in good hands there. We need to finish what we started.
That finished what they started. He's not talking about 2016. He is not talking about 2016. Let's get that clear. They are talking about some shit from a long time ago, and not just them in America either, which goes over to that Gaza shit. Now, this how crazy. I know I had some people like, oh, it's no way he gonna run. Listen to how much this is being repeated. This was at some conference just the other day.
The first to endorse President Donald J. Trump in 2024. And Mr. President, the New York Young Republican Club is prepared to endorse in 2028.
They're not repeating this shit over and over and over and over for no goddamn reason. Okay. And we've never heard this, and this is being pushed repeatedly, and people need to be very, 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 very cognizant of this shit, and what is going on, how everything is changing, all of the shit with the ballroom and all of that shit. Now, speaking of the ballroom, and speaking of the AI and the data center stuff, there is a I think we've brushed up on that ballroom before, and everybody is like, it's gonna take how long to finish, and it needs how much space, and and there's a theory that the ballroom on top, yeah, it's probably gonna be a ballroom, but it's gonna be something below it, which will most likely be a data center. And we go watch a video where a woman did some investigating on that of her theory, and then we go wrap it up with a video and some other things about not just data centers here, but data centers with the powers that be in general. Check this out. God damn it, that's not the video. The video. Let's see. Oh, my bad, y'all.
It's actually being built, and that video. Look, Trump is not building a ballroom. This much, I feel like, is obvious. I made a video about this a few weeks ago, giving my thesis of what I think is actually being built, and that video got taken down on my TikTok after about 8 million views, so I re-uploaded it here. And if you haven't seen that one yet, I recommend going over and watching that, because it gives you a good basis for where we're starting out from. But I wanted to follow up on my theory, okay? Because in the original video, while I had some solid architectural analysis from Andrew Kerr, it was mostly based off of like a gut instinct, you know, in my own pattern recognition. And since then, I have been digging deep, scouring the web across databases and looking for records, and I have come back with actual receipts, like some actual verifiable public record receipts. And now my theory is stronger than ever, okay? Because I know that Trump is not building a ballroom. He's building an underground data center, and I have the receipts now to prove it. But really quick, if you want to read all of the sources and the documentation for yourself from this video, then they're all going to be linked at the bottom of my Substack, the Dre dossier, and that's going to be in the description below. And your support means the world to me, so please like this video and subscribe to my channel, because TikTok is slowly going to the bad place, and I'm trying to build my presence here on YouTube so that I can keep doing this kind of work with you guys.
Yeah, TikTok is cooked for the truth. Is a wrap. Well, I'm gonna do a video about that one day.
So sincerely, thank you all so much. And with that, let's get into it. So you're probably thinking, okay, well, where did you even come up with this idea, right? And to that I would say, well, where does one come up with any evil genius idea? Larry Ellison, of course, my nemesis. You see, a few months back, I was doing a deep dive on Larry Ellison and his relationship with Israel and the war in Gaza. And it was during that research I came across something about Oracle building these underground data centers in Jerusalem in 2021. See, they were 9 stories deep under solid bedrock, about 160 feet underground, and designed to survive survive missile strikes. I mean, they were completely invisible from satellites. See, Israel needed data sovereignty, a place where their most sensitive military data could live that was physically unhackable and under complete government control. And when you're running these classified military operations, intelligence gathering, or government AI systems, you can't just have that data sitting in some commercial cloud that might be in another country or vulnerable to attack. And after learning all of that, I remember thinking to myself, all right, well, we're going to just go ahead and put a pin in this for now, right? Like, this is all really fascinating, but I don't know what to do with any of this information, but I'm sure that it'll come in handy later. And later in handy did it come, because fast forward a few months and I'm reading about Trump's new ballroom announcement, and that pattern recognition side of my brain starts tingling. Why, you ask? Well, let me just read the specs out loud to you, okay? Because Oracle's underground facilities in Jerusalem were 90,000 square feet and cost around $319 million. Trump's ballroom is about 90,000 square feet and $300 million and climbing. Curious. And then on January 21st, 2025, you have Trump's first full day in office, and Larry Ellison is standing next to him and Sam Altman, and they're giving this White House announcement about Project Stargate. Now, I'm not kidding when I say I could write an entire dissertation on January 21st, because they gave us so much information in that announcement that I feel like, quite frankly, many of us just glazed over. And I've broken it down ad nauseum in other videos and over on my Substack, but the short version is this. Project Stargate is this $500 billion AI infrastructure initiative for government operations, defense intelligence, and consolidating federal data across agencies. Because all of these AI initiatives Trump and his team keep launching need infrastructure. They need servers, power, cooling, and security. And then you look over to who's donating to Trump's ballroom project, right? And the coincidences just keep stacking up on one another. And so I'm sitting here thinking to myself, okay, if this is actually what's happening, right? If this is actually what's being built, then there's got to be some evidence somewhere. Like, you can't just build an underground data center without leaving any paper trail. And so I start digging, right? Because the first thing I want to know is who's actually building this thing. So their lead contractor is Clark Construction. And I went to their website to see what kind of projects they normally work on. And under their critical facilities division, here's what they publicly list. So you've got National Geospatial Intelligence Agency campus, a CISA cybersecurity headquarters, UCENTCOM headquarters at MacDill Air Force Base. I'm reading all of this thinking, okay, so these guys build some serious government facilities. Like, these are no joke. But then I'm thinking, okay, well, if they're this comfortable touting these publicly listed, high security projects, then what aren't they listing? So I keep digging a little further, right? I'm going through these different government contract registries, procurement records, that kind of thing. And then bingo, I found some redacted contracts for Clark Construction, some top secret contracts, it looks like. And you'll never guess who they're for. Well, I mean, we can't guess because they're redacted, but I mean the type of job they're for. Guess what kind of job they're for. If you guessed data centers, you'd be correct. And
now check this out. She gonna go into the data center, the ballroom, and all of that stuff. That's basically what she talking about. It's a lot of evidence that the data centers is being built below ballroom. If you look at just what's happening with data centers in general around the world, 61 billion in 2025 are going towards data centers. All right. Now she mentioned Jerusalem. She mentioned Israel, and she mentioned their data security. They needed to be, all centralized, right? And that's what they are saying the goal is for the data center in America as well. However, it's a lot of money going between Israel and United States, and they wiping everybody up out of Palestine and just building a whole bunch of data centers and stuff. It's very crazy. Predictive history, as I told y'all, he goes into this, and this guy, he went to Yale, all sorts of stuff. You say conspiracy theories or whatever you want to, but check this out. Listen to what he talked about a few weeks or months ago. Check this out.
America's war is America's war on terror. Yes, I understand that America was attacked on 9/11. I understand that. But why did they have to go attack Libya and Iraq and all these other places that have nothing to do with Al-Qaeda? Okay? And the answer is they're trying to create something called the Greater Israel Project. They're trying to have Israel become Pax Judaica, the grand power in the Middle East, because that's important in all secret societies. Israel must become the dominant power in the Middle East, okay? So this helps us understand why the war of terror happened the way it did. Number two is, right now, America is threatening to attack Iran. Why would they do that? Because in order for Pax Judaica to come into being, Iran must be taken out of the equation. Iran must be destroyed. Then, if that were to happen, there would be no challenger to the power of Pax Judaica, okay? Does that make sense, right? The third thing is Silicon Valley and AI. So right now, you have AI, ChatGPT, which doesn't really do anything, okay? It makes cool images on your computer and helps you cheat in school, okay? That's about it. Doesn't really do anything else. And if you don't go to school, then you're like, why am I using ChatGPT? And you're not gonna pay a lot of money for it. So AI, it's a dead end. But at the same time, all around the world, everyone's spending billions, trillions of dollars on data centers, right? So everyone's putting money into AI. But then you're like, well, how can you make money off that? If you think the answer is for you to use AI, well, it's hard to make money off that. But if the answer is to create an AI surveillance state, that makes a lot more sense. So what is a surveillance state? Very easy, guys. We have it in China, okay? It's digital ID and digital currency. And the idea is that everything you buy, everything you do, will be tracked. And so they can create a profile on you. This profile will tell the government who you are, how you behave, what you think. Not only that, the government can also manipulate how you think, how you behave. And this is, of course, called the mark of the beast. And so that's what Pax Judaica is. Pax Judaica is a global AI surveillance system. It also helps us explain immigration in Europe, because the war on terror, you've sent these millions of refugees from Libya, Syria, Afghanistan, Iraq into Europe, which is causing a lot of conflict in Europe. Why would that happen? Well, for Pax Judaica to come into being, you need to destroy the world. I'm not saying this is true, but I'm saying that if the goal is Pax Judaica, it does help us connect the dots. It helps us explain why things are happening the way they are. Last thing is anti-Semitism, okay? So you may have noticed, if you're online, people don't like the Jews. And this is like out of nowhere. After October 7th, you have anti-Semitism over the internet. Now, I have criticized Israel before, okay? But anti-Semitism is not the same thing as anti-Zionism, right? Zionism is the belief that Israel is a chosen people and the promised land and all that, okay? But Judaism as a religion, it's perfectly fine. So why would people not care about the difference between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, okay? And you can argue it's all purposeful because remember, the part of the plan is to force the Jews to return to Israel. That's very important for this plan to work out. It's key. That's why you are seeing so much anti-Semitism around the world today. Okay? And the last thing, of course, and this is something we'll discuss, is something called the red heifers. So red heifers are red cows that are perfectly genetically modified. You have to sacrifice the red heifers to purify the ground in order to reconstruct the Solomon's temple, okay? And guess what? They've already sacrificed the red heifers. So it seems as though everything is in place, all right? They're moving towards Pax Judaica.
Now, sadly, to the average person, that's gonna sound crazy to the motherfucker. But that's why I play Bannon and what he said about Trump being the president again, that divine whatever shit. And I'm glad he pointed out the difference between Judaism and Zionism. Them two completely separate things. It's not the same shit. But they using everybody being they using anti-Semitism to force a lot of Jews to go back over there, because this is all a part of prophecy that has been written a long time ago and a plan that has been set in place a long time ago. And this was crazy about it. The more research you do, the more you find out that's exactly what the fuck is happening. That's exactly what the hell is happening. And they just feel like this is what has to happen, and it was written and all of that stuff. That's why majority of all this stuff is happening, if not all of it. Now, Trump it was a part in that he was like, yeah, Trump ain't all religious or none of that. He's just a tool to get all of this shit done. Like, he don't give a fuck about none of the real plan shit at all. But he don't give a damn, so he cool with doing whatever it's got to take. And that's why I say I always lead back to, even though I'm able to come down here and be like, hey y'all, yo, them people, we need to, help wake up people and this, that, and the third. It kind of don't matter, because this plan that's enacted, they really believe this shit from like the Bible and how the Bible's written and all of that stuff. They are going on a whole nother tangent. And what's crazy is they are dragging along people who don't really understand the main reason why they doing that shit. They think they doing it for a good reason, but they are not. And what's really crazy about it is the shit sound like it's from a movie, but it's really not. It's literally in the Bible. They literally trying to do what is in there. All of the tech shit we bringing up and the surveillance state and all of that shit is a part of it as well. That's why he said the mark of the beast. This dude ain't a religious dude or anything. He just does a whole bunch of research and shit. The stuff he is saying was stuff I was getting told about when I was like 11, 12, 13, 14. We all heard about the mark of the beast. This is a whole bunch of different things, but the AI surveillance state, that's what it is. And like he said, they already got it in China. In China, they got an app, WeChat. Everything you do is in your phone. You tracks. They got all of the where was it? I can't think of the damn name. Start with an S. Y'all know what I'm talking about. I got a friend from there. They got the facial recognition shit like in New York, but on a whole ass level. It ain't nothing you could do over there. You ain't committing no crime. You getting away with it. It's gonna be like that everywhere. But that's just a part of the whole. They building all these data centers everywhere, because they all gonna be networks together. It's all gonna be just one big thing, and the center of it is gonna be in Israel. That's why everything's going on over there the way it is. That's why it's so important. But the data centers need to be everywhere. And it's so crazy and it's so sad, because they got us stressed out about just living our regular lives to even recognize it. But then on the other end, that's why ignorance is bliss, because ain't nothing stopping this. Terminator 3. It's Terminator 3. It's good to be aware of it, because you can help people to realize what is happening. And if everybody was able to come together, we could change anything. But that's just it. They already got us with the phones, with the social media. Already got us. That whole TikTok situation, TikTok did one thing. They gave the United States, they gave them the access to all of the users' data and all of that shit. But there's one thing they didn't turn over to them, and that is the algorithm. Because the algorithm that TikTok has is basically like, it's a predictive, a real-time predictive algorithm that is so accurate. So accurate. That's really why the United States wanted. They wanted that part of it, but they cool with having our data, and they'll be able to reverse engineer it over time. But TikTok's algorithm is insane, and that's why it was over. Where was it at? In China, where they already got what? Surveillance over everybody. And we go eventually get to some goddamn Minority Report shit, sadly. And it sucks, because as I'm telling y'all this, and I'm saying all this, my brain be like, what you go do something about it? What you telling folks for? And I gotta be honest, all this shit is just very interesting to me to study about, learn about, and watch unfold. And it's crazy listening to, finding out that stuff that people told me or stuff I read back in the early 90s is really coming. Is coming, and I've been watching it unfold, and I just love discussing this type of shit. One more video from the professor I'm gonna show y'all, and I just saw this video, and this is kind of where I was coming from earlier, where it's kind of go tie back to that. To that what I was just saying about the elites and why all of this shit happens is go happen because it's supposed to happen, and that's just what it is. Let's see. At least for right now. Really though, I don't mean it for right now. I just think that's just what it is, period. And after that, I'm gonna jump in the chat if y'all still ain't here. I mean, if y'all still out there.
So
this video is called "Why Elite Scandals Never Change Everything or Anything."
So these Epstein files, these emails, they're being released, and they're really enlightening, and they really illuminate for us how power works. So I will give a structural overview of what these emails reveal to us, okay? The first thing it reveals to us is that all these people in power, the elite, they're all friends with each other. So in public, the Democrats and Republicans, they can be fighting each other, but in reality, they go to the same schools, they go to the same parties, they're just friends with each other. So what you're seeing in public, the sort of like political struggle in public, it's all just fake. It's like wrestling. It's reality TV. The elite are all friends with each other. That's the first thing. Second thing that we've noticed about the emails is how cavalier the elite are. They think that they're above everyone else. They think they're untouchable. So they just speak their minds freely. I mean, Jeffrey.
That's why Trump can say grab him by the pussy.
Epstein, he was using Gmail in order to make all these sensitive communications. There's absolutely no operational security. He didn't really care because he believed he was untouchable. And that's how the elite think and behave. They live in a bubble. They think that they control the world and they're untouchable. So they can do whatever they want. And all that matters is staying within this bubble, staying close to each other. The third thing I will say is that these emails don't tell us, but we can assume that there are many layers of networking among the elite. So Jeffrey Epstein, why was he so popular among the elite? Well, I mean, first of all, he was just a friendly guy who did a lot of networking and was able to bring the elite together. But if you go to Epstein Island, you will find that there's a temple there that's almost designed for ritual sacrifice. So what I've researched and what I've discovered is that the way that the elite stay together is through rituals, secret society rituals. Why? Because at the end of the day, if you're part of the elite, your biggest problem is trust. How can you trust that person to not rat you out in this political struggle? And the answer is, well, you blackmail each other, right? So you do acts together that would be considered taboo, including sex with underage children. I mean, there are lots of transgressions that you can do, and the more transgressions you do, the more cohesive the elite is. So,
and it's no different than with celebrities and shit. We talk about it all the time. The motherfuckers, they all pass around the same women and shit like that. It's because the shit that they involved in, the average regular person will be like, what? So they really, that's the main reason. And I'm talking about is really obvious. It's not even no secret shit. But it's like that with every subgroup of people. They no different. All subgroups of people the same way. You want to stick around people that's cool with the shit that you fuck with, and y'all speak the same language. It's no different than with them. And also, Epstein worked at Bear and Stearns. He been around billionaires since the 70s. And it wasn't just because he was a friendly guy. I mean, he was, but he always been up in that upper echelon shit. And guess what? The upper echelon be like some crazy ass shit.
Unfortunately, if you dig deeper into Jeffrey Epstein, what you'll find is a lot of transgressions, both sexual and violent as well, breaking these social taboos. I mean, like the public. I mean, like what's really astonishing about the Jeffrey Epstein case is that slowly the inner workings of the elite are being revealed to the public, and all these conspiracy theories that we once believed couldn't possibly be true, including that the entire American elite are just a bunch of pedophiles. I mean, they're slowly turning out to be true, and this marks a radical turning point in American history.
Yeah, great point. And to that end, in terms of how flippant all of this is, and there is this email that's been the most recent emails that have been going around. What is so incredible about them is that the more that they are released in this weaponized way, the more we find out. And here is one between Epstein and between Epstein's brother Mark and him, talking, how are you doing? This is what they're saying. How are you doing? What is your boy Donald up to now? Referring to Donald Trump. Mark Epstein says, all good. Bannon is with me. So Steve Bannon. Then Mark says, ask him if Putin has the photos of Trump blowing Bubba. And I thought I had Surus. That's what Jeffrey Epstein said. What that means? That's a Yiddish word for trouble. You and your boy Donnie can make a remake of the movie Get Hard. This is how they're talking to each other on an unsecure server, Professor Zhang, talking about Bill Clinton and Donald Trump. I mean, this is shocking a lot of people, but.
And like I said, this is no different. Everybody was like, and even I said the shit. He's like, damn, Diddy felt comfortable just beating our ass on the hotel floor. Don't give a fuck. Yes. And that wasn't the first time. And bajillions of people in their industry knew about the shit, seen the shit. Everybody, oh, I ain't never been there. So birds of a feather flock together, and they all birds of well, that's the saying. God damn it, they all do the same shit, and it's okay until they need to. One or two things gonna happen when you get exposed. You done pissed off the wrong person within the group, which is obvious. That's what happened with Diddy and the goddamn liquor companies. Because it's one thing, and this how I knew it was just him getting a spanking. Them videos with all the other celebrities, them videos is real. They really do exist. And when they raided that motherfucker's house, when his sons was talking about y'all raided the wrong house, that was some bullshit. They got them tapes. It's way more to that Diddy shit. However, it was just like, all right, nigga, yeah, you spoke out of turn. Next time it's gonna be worse. All of the shit that was really supposed to come out in trial, it well, not was supposed to, but what we expected to come out in trial did not. Because why? It was just to humiliate Diddy in front of all his black audience, because they knew the shit that was about to come out on him, we would look at as this is a nasty motherfucker, the embarrassing shit. But they didn't include nobody else of real prominence that we was thinking we was gonna hear. But that shit exists. Don't believe for a second it don't. But that's why I want to release. Because why? He's still in the club. You hear Diddy say shit about nobody else, bring up nobody else's name or nothing like that, because he had already knew. That's like, goddamn liquor motherfucker. I bet you if they asked him in an interview about them damn liquor companies ever again, he's like, yeah, we all say things that we over exaggerate, and that's what I did in that situation. Watch and when he get out. But let's continue with this shit. Birds of a feather.
Maybe you can reiterate or reinforce or elaborate on kind of what this really reveals about all of this. What's going on here? Because what I see is a dying American empire kind of just being exposed without real, not by journalists, not by people doing the work, but by themselves.
Well, I mean, we also have to remember that Jeffrey Epstein, in his Manhattan penthouse, there's a painting of Bill Clinton in a dress, in drag, basically. So one possible interpretation is that all these politicians that we think are our representatives, They're all just the playthings of the elite. They're just puppets of the elite. They're just paid actors. They're literally paid actors. And so American democracy has always been a lie. And so Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, they just do the bidding of the powerful. And the powerful are, in their parties, secret parties, laughing at us, mocking us, because they've been able to deceive us. And we every day are fighting over these petty politics that has absolutely nothing to do with real power.
And if y'all been watching me for a minute, I always end up on some, hey, y'all, ain't. I mean, this shit be fun. It's entertaining. But these motherfuckers, you see how you keep saying elite? The Clintons, they ain't even part of that shit. Fucking Epstein was a handler or whatever. But that now, do I believe whoever got rid of Epstein, how that shit happened like that? I'm talking about just forget a clip of a tape, and the law did nothing. This supposed to be prison. We supposed to uphold shit. Like the shit that never happened. Just like the shit. And the other person that was supposed to went down for their crimes, I think in France, they was hung. They found them hung in they cell as well. But we can only go by what they say. I know somebody whose husband they said hung himself in jail, but didn't have no evidence to give to her about it. But this was a national, everybody knew about the shit, and just blipped. We spending all this money on all this data center shit, but that video just blipped. But the thing is, the show go on, and they tell us in the media all the time. Let's continue.
So I think that what these Epstein emails reveals is the deep contempt that the elite has for the people. And these politicians are nothing more than just these puppets that the elite display in front of us in order to distract us. Everything's being curated by the powerful. And so what we see in Washington, D.C. has never been more than a reality TV show.
Yeah.
Which, when you think about it, how often have you watched C-SPAN or any of them, where you get to watch the motherfuckers be in there chilling, talking? They be in there chilling. Them motherfuckers act like me in my corporate jobs, where especially when we still went in the office and all of us would be sitting at our damn cubicles and shit, talking. It only took 2 minutes to do whatever we really need to do, and for the rest of the day, you just bullshitting, eating lunch and bullshit. That's what they be doing up there. And then shit that don't help us get past, they always talk about pork, and then anything else was passed because of lobbyists, meaning AKA the money came in. It don't even look real. The only shit that it really be motion and action is in the judicial system. And really in the lower shit when it's time to bust our asses open. Super pause. But you know what the fuck I mean. Let's continue.
Yeah, great points, Professor Jiang. And it goes deeper than this, because I think one of the things that is left out of this conversation has been, we're going to be touching this a lot throughout the program, Israel. Because we have to remember this was a limited release by the House Oversight Committee, by the U.S. government itself, a major, a slight Democratic Party majority. So really it was a partisan thing, despite how much the emails really showed. But I want to pull up what emails are not being emphasized. And I want to pull up this one in particular, talking about how Epstein was effectively drafting foreign policy messaging for former Israeli PM Ehud Barak, who many believe was really instrumental in the Epstein they had a very close relationship. I would use the opportunity, says Jeffrey Epstein, to compare it with Iran, talking about Syria. The solutions become more complex at the time I see. I think many people would like your views on Egypt, Syria, etc., Russia's role. I think you might point out that gassing of women and children is an expression of the 20th century. Women are no longer equivalent children, civilians versus combatants, only literally giving advice, Professor Zhang, on.
That was in 2013, that email. And look who is the same places is all involved, the same leadership from the same places. Israel, they talking about Iran, they talking about all of this shit. But if you go way back in time, Isaac Newton and a whole bunch of other shit always involve Israel. Everything that's the ground zero of Jerusalem and all of that. You can like literally track it all back, but that's why you hear the elites and all of them talk about it all the time. That's why you see in the celebrities they pro-Israel but it's deeper than rap. It ain't about anti-Semitism. It's nothing against Jews that practice that religion. It's Zionism, and there's two forms of Zionism. You got the Zionism where they associated with the Jews or whatever, but then you got something called Christian Zionism, and all of that shit track back to them trying to literally do what it say in the Bible. But we shall continue.
How Jeffrey Epstein give you advice on how Israel should paint its U.S. foreign policy. I mean, talk about this. I think this really blows open the realities of these relationships and how it gets all the way to the level of empire.
Yeah, so the first thing we need to understand is that power always consolidates and coalesces. And what I mean by that is that these intelligence agencies, Mossad, CIA, MI6, they're all interlocked together. They're all in alliance together. That's the first thing. Second thing is that these intelligence agencies are also in alliance with different secret societies as well as criminal organizations. So from the perspective of people like someone like Jeffrey Epstein, he's the real power in the world. And that's why he thinks that he can dictate foreign policy to everyone. Okay, so I don't think Jeffrey Epstein was actually a spy. I think Ghislaine Maxwell, his girlfriend, was actually the spy. And one good piece of evidence for that is that Ghislaine Maxwell's father, Robert Maxwell, was a notorious spy, and he was working for Mossad, MI6, as well as Russian intelligence, the KGB.
And once again, Russia, shit overseas, Erica Kirk, they all parents be having all these connections to some other shit, which is what he is basically saying though. These motherfuckers all swim in the same tank. They be attending the same schools, they be knowing each other, they be half cousins, cause all of this shit when you go in the back, but they parents be involved in some crazy shit where they parents had a lot of money and just have a lineage.
So that's how the powerful works. The powerful are almost like a nexus of all these intelligence agencies, foreign governments, secret societies, and criminal organizations. And so they discuss amongst themselves how to best frame issues and how to best push events. So, from the perspective, if you look at more and more of Jeffrey Epstein's emails, what you would discover is that he was privy to a lot of geopolitical events, and in fact, he was actually helping to plan a lot of geopolitical events as well.
Yeah, and let's go dive more deeply now into some of these power players that were revealed to be very close to Jeffrey Epstein, where he was literally talking about them with Kathy Rumiere, who is Obama's on Obama's legal counsel, White House counsel. He says, girls, when talking to her, careful, I will renew an old habit. Mind you, she says, you might get sick of me just sat down on this train. You're not managing your time well enough. It's UN General Assembly week. He says this week, Peter Thiel, Larry Summers, William Burns, former CIA director, Gordon Brown, a former UK prime minister, Jagland, who is a Nobel Peace Prize chairman, was Mongolian president. He's just naming people, Boris, Gates. Bill Gates, everyone who he has contacts with, who he meets with, and says, I might pick up, or I might renew an old habit.
And I want y'all to know something about his text. Do you see how he does not capitalize anything? His grammar or whatever is about worse than mine. This goes back to what I was saying before. Like the way they talk about intelligence and all of this shit is that's not the main factor in this shit. The people we could be like, yo, they this motherfucker can't do this. They don't value that shit like that. And it's quite obvious. Once you get to that level, you don't give a fuck about crossing T's, dotting I's, because it don't matter. Let's continue.
Contacts with, who he meets with, and says, I might pick up, or I might renew an old habit. Just your response before we move on.
Yeah, so I mean, first of all, it's obvious that everyone in power, they're friends with each other. They know each other. So this sort of like struggle between nation states. It's all just a curated media show for us. It's not. It's actually real. What goes on behind the scenes is that these powerful people are all friends. Okay, so even though there's wars going on between Russia and Ukraine, guess what? The elite of Ukraine and Russia, all friends. Guess what? The elite of Europe and Russia and Ukraine and America, they're all friends. They go to the same parties. Their children go to the same schools. They're probably intermarried with each other. So that's really how the world works. And as more and more of these,
and in the hip hop world, is no different than 50 and Diddy. Supposed to be a war, but what 50 say? I had his kids in some of my shows and shit. Sharing the same women and shit. It never crossed over to no crazy shit. Mace don't say shit bad about Puff over past a certain level. It's like when they beef, it be like WWE. And it's like that. The higher up you go, for the most part, there are caveats to that shit, but for the most part, it's a thread that they stick to, and it's no different than the mafia, where back in the day, in order to really get rid of somebody, it had to be green lit from the tippy top. Other than that, y'all can beef or do whatever, blah blah blah, but it can't get too crazy, and they'll spank each other in the ways that they spank each other, that to us lame folks down here at the bottom just be like, either that wasn't bad enough, or we might think it's atrocious, but it really ain't nothing in their world. Same thing as far as with the hip hop shit, but these motherfuckers all know each other and know everything about us. That's why about each other. That's why we see all them pictures with 50 and Diddy, but 50 hate him. He probably do, but it's certain rules and regulations. Even with this Netflix shit, it's further. Hey, Diddy, don't you step out of line again, and we gonna let 50 handle everything. We gonna let him have his fun. But I bet you we don't hear shit else about that damn liquor shit. I bet you be some, I was kind of wrong about that. And he gonna be kissing Trump ass. Just a few years ago, he was like, fuck Trump. Da, 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 da. Same thing with Nicki Minaj. And look who ass they licking now. As you see though, 50 never said nothing bad about that motherfucker, because he play a different kind of game. But we gonna continue.
These Epstein files are released, the more and more we will discover that the elite is all interconnected. They're just playing us for fools. That, I think, is the ultimate message of these file release.
Yeah. And Professor Zhang, in your works you have called.
Also, I want to point out, you see what we seeing in these files and shit, and motherfuckers whose name that still in these places still got their job. But if that damn coach or anybody else, just rumors of you having a relationship or doing some crazy shit, these motherfuckers done lost their job over just somebody said something crazy to them on social media. But we got all these files, all this incriminating shit. Ain't nobody in jail or losing their job or nothing. And the motherfucker that is the connected to all of that shit and done said the crazy shit and act stupid and still the president. And crazy enough, since we gotta play by the rules, we can't just be like, you know what, we don't want this motherfucker to be here no more. We all play by the rules, which sadly, the way humans set up, if it was no rules, we really wouldn't be able to function. That's another conversation, but let's continue.
America.
Now, he gonna say something at the end that's gonna probably be surprising. I'm gonna see if it's surprising y'all.
Where while Jeffrey Epstein seemingly was working for Israel, he was working within the United States and tugging on all of the most powerful people to the point where he was, I mean, a lot of people have been bringing this up. He had all of this dirt on Donald Trump, and then he ended up dead. Could you talk about the given that we know Jeffrey Epstein was a major player in driving U.S. foreign policy, was majorly connected, and was likely conducting some kind of what seemed like a blackmail operation. Talk about why. Why is this necessary from the point of view of the power elite, those who are ruling over this empire? Because we have major connections to Israel, major connections to this decaying American empire that now Donald Trump is looking like the kind of the leader that's falling on the sword, so to speak, that he is being absolutely he is being dragged almost as the antichrist figure in all of this.
Yeah. So the first thing to note is that Jeffrey Epstein is not unique. You go to any major American city, I guarantee you there is a Jeffrey Epstein-like figure coordinating among the city's different politicians, celebrities, mafia organizations, secret societies. Okay, so Jeffrey Epstein is a very common character in today's world. Now, why is that the case? Well, okay, so let's look at today's world, and I will highlight 3 structural issues with today's world. Okay, the first major problem with today's world is the atomization of society, meaning that we focus on the individual, whereas before in previous societies we focus on the family, the tribe, the clan. But nowadays we've all been atomized, we've all been individualized. That diminishes our capacity to work together for the pursuit of certain political ends. Okay, that's a first.
And that is the main reason I don't really be having no positive thing to say about, oh, we can, if we can come together, we can overcome. Yeah, that's true if we could. But he did such a great job in making this our friend, our family. We contact everybody, but yeah, you contact your friends, but it's crazy the amount of people I know that talk to their family using Facebook Messenger, Instagram Messenger, or whatever. They made it where you ain't have to have no goddamn SIM card. You just need Wi-Fi, and you don't really even need a number, really, to be honest, for the most part anymore. Most people communicate through the apps that are used to that know exactly how you think. Because everything that you put in this phone, they got access to reading the metadata of. They can guess shit based off of just all the information in these phones. And like I said, it is true. If we could come together, we could motherfucking French Revolution, all sorts of shit. It's too late, sadly to say, in my opinion. But let's continue. This is what he said.
First major problem in today's world. Second major problem in today's world is globalization, multiculturalism, transnationalism. So people's sense of ethnic identity has been dampened. It's been diluted, and so people are less willing to work for a cultural cohesive cause. Okay, that's the second major problem. The third major problem, which is the most
luckily lately, at least in hip hop, we tried to do that, but like I told y'all the other week, they spanked Drake. They spanked Drake, and guess what? Now he being ingratiated back into the shit slowly but surely. Slowly but surely. The goddamn game when it comes to the business. When it comes to the business, and that part of it's a damn game. But they know that it don't take too much. All they got to do is get the right people to be like, yeah. And just go back to the status quo. Let's continue.
Major problem is the bureaucratization of society. You look at the growth of the federal government in Washington, D.C. Then you look at the growth of the EU superstate in Europe. So our lives have become more and more bureaucratic. The problem with this is that bureaucracies are indifferent. They're aloof. They're compartmentalized. Okay, so all these different departments are siloed off, and they cannot coordinate together. So in today's society, you have a problem of coordination. How do you get groups to work together? Well, you get them to work together mainly for secret societies. And because secret societies solve three major problems that would benefit the members in today's society. The first is secrecy, second is trust, and the third is coordination. Okay, so secrecy, because you don't want to be discovered. You know, if you are discovered, people would think that you're cheating in this game, and then you would be outlawed, you'd be persecuted. Trust is, how do you trust members of your society not to rat you out? And the third is, how do you work together for a common cause, coordination? And the solution to all three problems is, of course, blackmail. So you need someone like Jeffrey Epstein, and there are lots of people like Jeffrey Epstein, to help the elite coalesce together through blackmail by engaging in acts of transgression, whether it's ritual sexual abuse of children, which is very common. But look, there are actually even worse forms of transgression. I'm not going to go into them because they are disgusting and vile, but we've all heard rumors.
Worse than the sexual abuse of children is he said there are more. Worse things
of this transgression.
Then that means that is crazy. Whatever the fuck is past that is crazy, and it's torture and shit. I ain't go front. Kind of.
So that's why we have blackmail today. That's why someone like Jeffrey Epstein is everywhere in society, and that's why we need someone like Jeffrey Epstein, because the only way for the elite to work together is through blackmail. Otherwise, they don't trust each other. Otherwise, they'll go to war with each other. So something I will say with regard to Donald Trump is that people forget that Trump's first mentor and his most influential teacher was actually Ray Cohn. Okay, if you look at Ray Cohn, if you look at history, he was actually the original Jeffrey Epstein. He was part of the Washington gay mafia, and he specialized in blackmailing politicians. He was very good friends with J. Edgar Hoover. They went to each other's parties where they engaged in all these sort of like homosexual endeavors, and they had pictures of each other. So Roy Cohn was the original Jeffrey Epstein, and he was the mentor of Donald Trump. So what did Donald Trump learn from Roy Cohn? He learned how to blackmail other people. But most importantly, and this is really important for us to understand, is he learned how to avoid being blackmailed. So another thing that I will say about Donald Trump is that he's a teetotaler. He does not drink. This is really weird because we've known him as a playboy ever since the 1980s, and he's always dating these beautiful women. He's always throwing these lavish parties. He's always hanging out with the most famous, the most wealthy. And he himself, even though he's organizing his parties, does not touch alcohol or drugs. Why? Because he learned from Roy Cohn, that's how they get you. Okay? The worst thing that can happen to you is blackmail. So I guarantee you, these emails that are coming out, there's no dirt on this guy. If there was any dirt on this guy, Donald Trump, we would have seen it in 2016 or 2020 when the elite spent $6 billion to get rid of Donald Trump. Okay? So I'm telling you right now, there's absolutely no blackmail on Donald Trump. I'm also telling you that blackmail is just a way of life among the powerful.
Now, when he says no dirt, he's not saying Donald didn't do shit. He's saying that they didn't catch him slipping that crazy. Which, hey, now that's his assumption. I don't know, but it's somebody else who talks very crazy, who talks very crazy, and do shit, and everybody like, oh, they go catch him slipping one day. They also don't been talking about they don't drink or smoke, and that's 50 Cent. Same shit. Roy Cohn, if y'all ever get a chance, there are YouTube documentaries about this motherfucker too, but it's a main documentary about this motherfucker and how he is like one of the architects of politics and blackmailing motherfuckers. And I'm talking about blackmailing like cities and organizations and groups of people and getting dirt on motherfuckers and holding it over their head and spinning shit. Watch the shit is crazy, but that's just how the shit works. Most fucked up people get the shit, to get shit the way. I want to bring something up too. The definition of the word politics. Politics. Okay, so we're gonna go to the Webster's Dictionary, because it's when you go down there, it's a few definitions, right? But what's crazy is, where is it at? Politics. Was it politic or politics? It was one of them. But basically, with politics, it is politics. He play activities within an organization that are aimed at improving someone's status, position. So this is one of the key terms in here. That's crazy. It's the second one. Activities within the organization that are aimed at improving someone's status or position and are typically considered to be devious or divisive. Yet another discussion of office politics and personality. It, in its base form, is manipulation. And how you get power in the world is by manipulation. Because what's the most important thing in the world? It's people. People, we are the most important thing in the world. One person cannot do anything of grandness alone. They just can't. And if they can do a smidge, they can't do it for a long time. We all need each other. And when we all come together to do things together, we can do great things. But unfortunately, and not even unfortunately, let me stop using, I'm not going to use that term. It's part of human nature to be selfish, and selfishness is not bad in a vacuum. You need a smidge of selfishness. If not, you get taken advantage of. Well, how can someone take advantage of someone who is a very self-sufficient person and want to help other people, but knows how to put up boundaries? Well, you will have to lie and manipulate that person in order to get them to do what you want to do. If you want to be able to use that person for, your own gain. Because if you just come tell them, hey, yo, you real good at this, I want you to do this, and I ain't gonna do shit in return for you, and I go do that. But if you lie and tell them, I'm gonna do something in return for you if you do that, then guess what? You'll get them on your side. Politics, right? You politicking, and that's what Trump and all of the motherfuckers do to get in power. They just lie, because that's basically what it is. It's another movie that is crazy to me that people overlook. I think it was a movie about the first liar. The Invention of Lying. If y'all have never seen this movie, please watch this movie. And it's crazy because I guess as a movie, it might not be good, but the premise of it just is fucking perfect. Let me see if I can find the trailer, because this is what real life works like. It really does. Then I'm gonna get in the damn chat. My daughter just came back from her first driving real far. She did like her daddy did too. She drove 5 hours, said what's up to her folks, and was like, peace, I'm out of here. I'll see y'all later, and drove right back. That's how I be doing. I'll drive 7 hours and motherfucking and be like, all right, y'all, it was good seeing y'all. Get y'all next year. Chip off the old block. Check this out. This is a trailer.
I'm Mark. How are you?
A little frustrated at the moment. Also equally depressed and pessimistic about our date tonight.
Sure.
Imagine a world where everyone can only tell the truth.
I had a little sip of this from right there.
I'm with him right now. Seems nice. A bit fat.
She's way out of your league.
No, I won't be sleeping with him tonight.
About everything,
I loathed almost every minute that I worked for you.
all the time.
I've always hated you. You've always hated you. I didn't know that. Yeah, a lot of people know it. Don't you wish you could change things?
How much are you going to be withdrawing today, sir?
$800.
It says here that you only have $300. It seems our system has made a mistake. Here you go.
Today, I stumbled upon something that no man has ever stumbled on before. The world's first lie.
This fall,
I said something that wasn't. Huh? I'm black.
I knew it.
I'm an Eskimo.
Fantastic.
I'm a one-armed German space explorer.
When's your launch date?
Mark Bellison will discover
I can have my life the way I want it.
You're losers, doesn't really count.
Good. I settled then.
the truth
I'm different now.
Are you better looking?
No.
Did you buy new clothes?
No.
Have you been to the gym?
No.
about lying.
Why do you hate Mark so much?
Because he's a loser. You want to marry a strong genetic match and maybe one day have children that aren't.
Little fat kids with snub noses.
Exactly. If you could make the world the way you wanted it to be, if you could do anything, what would you do?
The world's gonna end unless we have sex right now.
Do we have time to get to a motel, or do we need to do it right here?
Ricky Gervais, Jennifer
The whole point of the movie is this motherfucker realized that if he just said shit that people wanted to hear, he could get what he wanted. He was in a world where lying was not normal. Like, people didn't lie. All he did was tell the truth, and he was the first person in that fictional world to tell a lie. That is the rules world we live in now. If you look at the most powerful, who we consider the most powerful, they be lying. Like, oh, our favorite celebrity, they be lying. All the politicians be lying. Kings and queens and shit be lying and stealing. All the people of great power, fucking liars. Like, liars and killers, murderers, kidnappers, rapers, pillagers, deviants. Them the people that we are all below in status wise, and they continue to run the world. And why is that? Why do you think that is? Because we get taught that if you are a good person, you do the right thing, you will be blessed and have a good life and shit. But what we are advertised what a good life is a big house and like big car and, you know, a lot of money, which is what they really push on us as far as marketing wise. The people who do the most deviant shit got the biggest of that shit. They got the most chunks of money. Why? Because they teach us to be like the people in that world and don't lie, don't do nothing bad, don't do that. Wow, that's what the fuck they do. And they push all of that morality shit on us and respectability and all of this shit on everybody else, and they do the complete opposite. Why? Because that's just human nature. That's just how the shit works. People will do whatever the fuck you tell them to do if whatever you telling them sound like is good for them, whether it's true or not. why folks get played in relationships. That's why all sorts of shit. That's why if you a player for real, you really only get props if you find out you ain't lied to nobody. Like, you ain't lied to nobody about shit. Once you start lying, now you a scumbag. You just gonna, cause that's the easy way. That's the easy way. And it's the easy way because it works. If you break the rules that they have given, that they push on us, if you break them, you break them all the way up there to the top of what success is. Y'all may be saying, what you trying to say? I should be a bad person? This ain't for this live, but what I'm trying to say is the rules of this dimension that we in and shit, they following the actual rule, in my belief. They following the rules of this dimension. And how they keep everybody in check is lying to people to feel like this dimension is the end all be all dimension. Like, you need to excel here. You need to excel here. If you ain't excelling here, hey, you failed in life. And you failed. You want to reach the pinnacle and do all this shit before you die. And that death is the bad shit. Most people are afraid to die. They don't want to leave this earth. People say, oh, I don't want to leave too early, or it's so much. And that's the trick. Here, you supposed to do what the fuck. This is my personal belief. You supposed to do what the fuck they do. That's why they do that shit. Cause it really ain't no goddamn rules. They make the rules. You make whatever rules you want to fucking make. Cause here is just a place to learn and shit. The thing about breaking the rules or whatever, you got to do what your gut tell you to do. We all got a gut and spirit. We know when we do something bad without somebody telling us. Now, it's a difference when you feel like you not doing shit because you feel like you programmed, and then that real gut, that deep feeling where you be like, yo, I shouldn't do this. Like, that's fucked up. And you actually feel remorse. You done stole some shit from a grocery store before, some expensive shit before. You like, you ain't feel shit. Cause you little motherfuckers been ripping me off for some of that. But you done did some real small shit to somebody, or personal shit where you really know you, and you feel that. That's, to me, that's the true shit. And that is what's important, because my beliefs is once you get to the end and you get to you actually, like, you wake up. If energy don't die and we just spirits, this can't be it. And the way this bitch operate, and the people who empower and get to make the rules, if they at the top, then it must be the rules of this motherfucker. So this place got to be a piece of shit. And the next world, or the next phase, or whatever the fuck, or dimension, or whatever you want to call it, gotta be, minimum's gotta be better than this motherfucker. With that being said, you don't want to carry in the baggage over there. So my beliefs is, if you cool with how the shit work down here and you want to be the best at, following these rules, you keep doing that shit. And I believe you just keep coming back to this motherfucker over and over because you like this shit, I guess. I don't know. That would be a curse to me. But if you can stick to your guts, listen to your gut, and leave this motherfucker with no baggage, no feeling of regret, no feeling of you owe anybody apologies that you didn't apologize to, or anything where you like, dang, I shouldn't have did all of that, or anything where you feel like you need to come back to this bitch, I believe you pass whatever test or whatever this world is, and then you go to the real good place. Don't get it twisted. This place got some nice stuff. The trees is nice. Ocean is nice. It be good food. Friends and family are other spirits, or it can be some very good interactions. But there's other spirits in this motherfucker that's like that person in that movie. There's the liar. Just like him. Like, you know what? I want this motherfucker to be the way I want it to be. Fuck everybody else. So I'm just lie. I'm gonna just lie and lie my way to the top of that. And all the people that want to be in the top, who figure that shit out, just do it. And the most egregious of them be like, we really can do whatever the fuck we want to do. And they do it, whether it hurt people or not. They may not have a good feeling. Them people, I think, may be demons. And they ain't worried about no other side. This is they domain, and this is where they go stay for eternity. That's how I feel about this world. And that's why is when I have these conversations and stuff, it's just very kind of hard because I'll be like, I really don't think this place get no better. To be honest with you, I think this is one stop shop, buddy, and they don't want us to know that. So they have us focused and stressed here. Just imagine if everybody be like, woke up one day and be like, y'all know, I don't think down here is the end all be all and shit. How about we just do whatever the fuck we want to do? How about that? And let everybody do the jobs that they really want to do. And I'm talking about military and police will have to be involved in this shit. The people, they enforcers would all have to be involved. That's the most important shit. The enforcers will have to be involved. If everybody just chilled the fuck out and was like, yo, I just want to do what I like, and everybody just reshuffled to do what they like and shit, we wouldn't need money. We wouldn't need none of this shit. But, so that. You know how they say that's never gonna happen. Ever. Never, ever, ever. And it's sad. But the world we live in now. And then what's crazy is, like he said, when she start moving up, you gotta have some on somebody. If you ain't got some on somebody, so they go get you to get some on somebody. Which hence all of the drugs and alcohol and them parties where they pass some plates. That's where Bill Williams done came from. What's his name? I forgot his name, but that's the thing. So, and anyway, this is my by humbug special. I'ma unlist this motherfucker because that way I get to keep my watch hours and shit. Like I said, I'm about to get in the chat, but like I said, my whole point, I'm gonna find a balance between the entertainment portion and of this play of a world we in, and really just showing what really I feel is the reality of this bitch is, and how the goals that some people have they sound crazy, but they are quite obvious, and they have told us a bajillion times in many different forms. And the main thing is literally in the Bible, like literally what they trying to do. It just sounds crazy, and a lot of people think it's for a good thing. And for some people, it just may be. But I want to be able to delve into all of that. But I'm gonna be honest, I gotta go with my gut. I get a lot of times be like, yo, feel like giving the fuck about this bullshit down here, man. Like, and that's what lead me to the content that I watch though. But that content, like the professional shit, I done listen to a lot of his stuff. And what I'm realizing now, because they always say once you get to what I've read, that once you start getting to a certain, and I'm not gonna say understanding, because I don't really believe in even though I say shit like, oh, that person better than this person smarter than this person, I just feel we all down here having different experiences, and some people may have experience it at one time quicker than somebody else, or everybody got their own function that they down here for and shit. I say, better than nobody, but I'm not no better than nobody. I'm not no smarter than nobody. Their profession ain't no better or smarter than nobody. Nobody that you know is no better or no smarter than nobody else. Even the motherfuckers we think fucked up. At the end of the day, we all just motherfucking flesh. We do judge each other based on what we feel is this and the third. I'm saying all that to say is, I have to learn how to. I'm gonna be down here, so I might as well have fun while I'm down here and make sure the spirits that came from my flesh are good while they down here, and people that's done take care of me is good while we down here, since I'm not planning on self-clocking out no time soon. So yeah, so that's where it says. So I'm gonna be going back and forth most of the time though. I'm gonna be talking about current events, watching crime videos and laughing at people and shit like that. And I'll probably go out to do my Patreon and shit. I don't know. man, I might have to get a real job and shit, cause talking about this shit don't do good on YouTube. I'm telling y'all that right now. At least not from the way I be talking about it. I don't think it do, but I'm gonna figure this shit out. Anyway, let me get to the chat if anybody's still here. I'll be so shocked after my rants when I look into the shit and there still be one person in there. I'll be like, God damn, man, y'all are some nice people. Let's see, where is it? How do I go? Did I lose it? Oh, okay, here we go. All right, let me see. Can I click on this shit? Shit. Let's see how far back I can go. And can I get rid of this screen? I don't want this screen no more. Take care of this here. The chat over there. That's how we should do it. Damn, it's hot as fucking. I need to turn the fan on, but it be in the damn. Okay, there. It's over here. There we go. Holiday time. Turn this fan on. All right. Let's see if I can see what y'all. Oh shit. Oh, okay. Here you go. Right here. Damn it. All right. All right. We're gonna start from the tippy side. Freight Reproductions, the video, the most profound moment in video games, explains this exactly by examining the final radio conversation between the main character and his colonel in Metal Gear Solid 2. Yo, is that the one where I thought that it was this other game that had a real crazy moment like that. I know what you're talking about. I don't remember the details, but I remember hearing something about Metal Gear Solid 2 having a crazy ass like revelation or some shit at the end. At the end of the game, you realize your colonel wasn't real and was AI all along to test the government's ability to control the population through social media. The game is 24. Hey, and this is the thing. This is the thing about it. People don't. A lot of people, I think most people know that the government have think tanks and shit, and they bring in the most creative motherfuckers like authors and movie screenwriters and stuff like that to just come up with all these different scenarios and all this stuff. And that ain't nothing new. They been doing that shit. And that's why they always say real life stranger than fiction. Like is very stranger than fiction. Isaac Newton, check this out. Let me see. Isaac Newton. Well, you know what? Let's go too far. I'm trying to do the chat. But one day I want to do a video about Isaac Newton and shit and what he really believed in shit. And what he was learning all that shit for and using it for and shit. Shit crazy. L. Biddy said, my cousin calls it the suicide gene. That's why people choose chaos. Hey. We be talking about all them folks with great disdain. What's the business, Fly Mama? Hey, Fly Mama, I ain't seen you around this bitch. If you still here, I ain't seen you around this bitch in a minute. The system of folks scared to not participate in. Wait, this is the system of the folks scared not to participate in. Lake Michigan is where North Fox Island was. Look it up. They call it the OG Epstein Island. North Fox Island, you say? North Fox. I would say you gonna put me on the list, but pretty sure I'm on several different lists. North Fox Island. Yo, it's something else. It was another video I meant to talk about too. I'm gonna have to sit down and strategize and shit on what I want to talk about. Let's see. North Fox Island is a 800. Let me see if I can pull this shit up. I should have made a different screen. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm about to make it to where I can share this shit and still be I can see it too. Hold on. Go up. Okay. Press the wrong button. Oh, okay. Yeah, this will work. This will work right here. Yeah. Oh, but the chat ain't on here. That's why I can't. Right. So this is what she was talking about. South Fox Island. Island in Lilanu, Michigan. Different thing. And Brother Paul's Children's Mission. In 1976, a child pornography ring was discovered to be operating out of North Fox Island in Lake Michigan under a front organized named Brother Paul's Children's Mission. I swear, man, that shit fucked me up. The hairs on my fucking arms that stood up. Because they use religious fronts for all of this shit. And Catholic Church, do I need to say more? Brother Paul's was incorporated, y'all. It's a business on paper, June 1875, and was advertised as an organization that provided services to children with reading problems, minor emotional counseling, and classes in physical fitness, aka they got the weakest of the herd. They found the perfect scheme. Parents who want to offload kids is probably too much for them to handle, then they done got to the end of, and kids who really can't, you know what I'm saying? Nobody will believe if they did say some shit. During paid sessions on this island, boys will be filmed engaging in sex acts with each other and adults, and were occasionally prostituted to the mission's wealthiest customers. This the sad part. I ain't even read the bottom, but I think I don't see jail. 4 men were involved in mission. Gerald Richards, Francis Sheldon, Dreyer Grossman, and Adam Starchild, president of the mission's parent company. The latter three were not convicted of sex crimes in the case. There was not sufficient evidence to charge Starchild, and the other two fled. Following Richards' arrest in 1977, United States Senate subcommittee hearing gay rights activist and sex offender Guy Straight testified that Richards was one of the 4 major producers of child pornography in the 70s. And then none of the motherfuckers go to jail. What the fuck is that? This motherfucker is scary, yo. On some real shit. This motherfucker ran to Spain. How the fuck they gonna have his occupation as an author and business consultant, but you known for fraud? And this motherfucker started as a goddamn Boy Scout that was sponsored by Plymouth Congregational Church, but was suspended after admitting homosexual interest in boys in the troop. That's sad. And nobody them folks go through all that trauma, man. No damn reason. It is sad state of affairs, man. Bird B Production said, here we go. Clinton the files and his ass saying stop redacting, pull it all out. Hey. He said, I've been through this shit in the 90s and shit. He might not have nothing too crazy. I mean, shit. Hey, he might be like, yo, they gonna see Trump suck my dick. Y'all go see the truth, goddamn it. That's what he might be saying. Fly Mama said, they playing folks like they junkies for some fake ass comforts. That ain't all that comfortable, but yeah. Hey, for real. Clint said, I'm tired of the mess. Take me to jail if you go take. Hey, for real though. Like, he like, fuck it. Cause he at the end. How old is Clinton? Bill Clinton, he is 79 years old. I'm pretty sure he ready to clock out. I think he don't give a fuck. That's my opinion. Maybe he do. Let's see. You went to the Real Freak, Nick? You lucky. My opinion said, how do the mod powers work? Hey, I'm gonna make you a mod over here. I'm gonna make you a mod on my opinion. Let's see, can I make you a mod? Yeah, you should be a mod now. Because I don't know. But let me know if you a mod or not. You should be a mod. Reagan acted in the World War II propaganda movie studio. It tracks. It tracks. It tracks. Let's see. All concept of bullshit. Ain't had no goddamn bullshit. The plan was people gonna be fucked, and the insurance companies go pocket more money, more money, more money. Over 600 mentions of Trump in the file, 600. And this is they got 1 million files? That's insane. That's crazy. It's 1 million files, man. It's gotta be some of everybody in that bitch. Chris Tucker was in that motherfucker. Chris Tucker, if Smokey was in there, Michael Jackson was in that bitch. That mean everybody in there. If Smokey's in that bitch, everybody's in that bitch. I heard some other professional soccer player was copping pleas on some live, like, oh, I didn't know what was going on the island. I just was on the plane. That's what he said. And the last one, 11,000 documents that were easily unredacted by putting copy and pasting them in a Word and removing the black highlights, which is crazy. And they go be we not gonna get the truth. We not gonna get the truth. We are not. Let's see. What's J-Mill? I remember Trump in the 90s. He said if he ever ran for president, he'd run as a Republican because they believe anything. He definitely said that shit. He actually did, though, as inflation takes years after policies enact, they really don't happen instantly. Let's see. Metal Gear Solid 2 spoke on the concept of them cultivating the American will is American dream. It's brainwashing. There's a reason TV shows are called programs. The ads, cultivating rampant capitalism was the point. The shows are there to make you comfortable between the ads. And that's the same thing social media is. Ads. That's all this shit is about. Ads. Ads to sell you some shit that you don't need. I'm a perpetrator. In recovery. See, this is how research works. Finding sources, verifying the sources, cross-referencing sources. What I said, the Kool-Aid been swallowed. So the play is consolidation of power in order to destroy the current state of being, so E. Kirk can ride the great red dragon that is Israel power via the Manchurian candidate JD, and then also, yes, all this is, that's my belief as well. It's all gonna just be under one thing. That's what all the data center shit is. Quite, I'm talking about the shit so obvious. It ain't even no fucking, it's not even no conspiracy theory. Back when in the 90s and shit, when Goody Mob and all them was talking about the shit, it didn't sound crazy to me then. Cause the internet wowed me. I was like, yo, we already all connected. And that was back then. Now we are really glued together. And now it's just all, but the crazy shit about the shit is this ain't just about, this was the crazy shit. This ain't just about like power and all that. No, they really trying to run the playbook that's in the Bible and fulfill these prophecies and shit. That's why Professor was talking about the rituals and all of this shit. Like, this ain't no, like, these motherfuckers be really on some other shit. Like, this is on some whole other shit. Some people ride for the power of the shit, but some people in that motherfucker is really on that, like, we gonna do what's in this book. This my destiny. Is what I'm supposed to do shit. Like, for real. Like, and other people like, yeah, that's nice or whatever. Sure, I believe that shit. Yeah, they just want to, they like that old buddy in the Matrix is ate the steak. He knew the shit was fake, but he didn't give a fuck type shit. And Smith really was like, yo, I gotta get the fuck about this bitch. I hate this motherfucker. And I hate you humans. And really evangelical about it. Y'all know the word I'm trying to say. Let's see. I've been around real politicians from both sides. They really think like, yes, they do. We don't know if he really did. We don't. We don't. And I said this a long time ago. Even if they killed him, even if he was murdered, why would they hide this shit? They could have paid an inmate to kill him and make it look, you know what I'm saying? So it's more likely he is not dead than it is that he is dead, in my opinion. Same thing with the other motherfuckers who just hang themselves in the cell and weed. That's it. They don't say nothing else. But that's my thought. If I was to bet money, if somebody was like, look, put your whole life savings on whether he dead or alive, I'd be like, you know what? I'm going with alive. Let's see. Because that's just my thought process. But then on the flip side of that, these motherfuckers got 1 million documents on this motherfucker. So it's like, why do they? Because y'all was there when we went through some of the files. I'd be like, okay, the world stage everybody got to play their part, but that's the thing, and that's where the separation got to come. The separation got to come in for me, because I'm a very when it comes to certain shit, I'm bird's eye view. So in my brain, this is like, I just got to make it to the end of this damn existence. But then I got to zoom back in and be like, okay, it's still gonna be a tomorrow, and 9 times out of 10, tomorrow ain't gonna be the end of the existence. So the shit that's happening is really happening. Real people took them pictures and all of that shit. Like, that's real shit that occurred. So it is real, you know, people that's not really like knowing what they working for doing shit and with real jobs and shit. So all that million shit. But in Scandal though, if y'all watch Scandal, it didn't matter how much evidence people had or nothing. It didn't never matter. Olivia Pope daddy, so make that shit disappear. And some of the real Zionist rabbis are deeply upset about even being in Gaza, because their scriptures say they are not supposed to go back until the Savior comes, and because they trying to force it back. From what I done read, the Christian Zionists believe, and some of the other Zionists believe, like, yo, if they build the shit, that he gonna come back. If they even believe in the Messiah part, they might just be trying to run the shit. But you right about that. I read about that shit too. It's interesting, for example, how Governor Newsom's ex-wife was Donald Trump Jr.'s fiance last year. Exactly. That meeting with Trump and old buddy in New York, and everybody like, oh, he gonna say what's up? I'm like, same thing with that same FBI director motherfucker that be looking coked out all the time. What was he doing a few years ago? Now look at him. And usually, to be honest, I think they threaten people, families and shit, and people just coincide with shit. People that was really against it, they be like, yeah, so, yo, you know what I'm saying? I think they hold certain stuff over. It don't always gotta be greed, but it be something. Cause people will flip just like that. There's a tons of connective tissue between all the it's videos where people be like, you can go check them up where all the fucking these people be related in some way, shape, or form, like blood related. What's the business, Poison Ivy? Getting that bitch up out of here was a late Christmas present. Let's see. It's very. I like movies like that think outside the box for sure. Said he got the inspiration for it for the first time because his grandma was passing and she asked him if there was an afterlife and he wanted to reassure her. And he couldn't afford the rent, so when he went to the bank and the system went down, he told him he had enough for the rent. Hey, it be like that. I still ain't seen Liar Liar. I'm gonna have to check that shit out one day. The Trump Lake Michigan story and the files is being, yeah, that shit wow. That shit wow, man. Which one? My non-regional dialect I'm gonna be working on sometimes and shit. All right, y'all. Thanks for hanging out with me on this Christmas day of debauchery. Like I said, I'm gonna unlist this damn video. I might chop it up or whatever. I don't know yet. But I'm gonna start pre-recording shit. I'm gonna come up with a schedule over this weekend for over here. I gotta find me a direction because y'all know I like this. I like to talk about this type of shit. So, but I'm gonna be talking about reacting to just regular ass crime videos and all sorts of shit. I'm gonna find my way on this bitch and doing you know, just regular news and shit too. I gotta get this shit out of my system though. I gotta get all of this shit I'm really feeling out of my system first. But thank you for supporting me, guys. Thank you so much. I'm gonna get it together over here, and I really appreciate y'all. Some real shit. Y'all really motivated me, Poison Ivy and Teresa and all y'all. Everybody was like, motherfucker, you said, Lady Lex, you said you need to come over here and do the shit. And so I really appreciate y'all because I'm like, yo, I can do it. It ain't gotta be perfect. It ain't gotta be fucking algorithm busting your thumbnail. Ain't gotta be, just do the shit and it'll come together. And y'all really motivated me to get through that. And if my wife watching too, you did too. I always see up at like, oh, so it was told to me at nighttime telling you can do it, and I'm proud of you. Then you too. Thank you so much. I appreciate all y'all. Tomorrow, Brisk will be back in the house over at the Struggle Stream. I don't know what the fuck we gonna be talking about over there, but we will be over there tomorrow. And I'm gonna start pre-recording shit over here, and it's gonna be like local news shit, you know, eviction. It's gonna be all sorts of shit. I'm gonna find a place for this type of shit, but that's what the fuck I feel like talking about today. God damn it. All right. Hope y'all are enjoying y'all holiday times with your friends and family. And if you ain't got no friends or family, hope you enjoying your time by yourself, because self-time is great. My wife gone and my kids are gone. I'll be just sitting up looking at a wall, enjoying life. Like, I'm glad we paid extra for the gloss. It was really worth it. So enjoy your time on some real shit. And you guys be safe out there. And see you guys on the flip side. Good night.